I did it again. I brushed my teeth before drinking my protein shake. Awesome. Oh, I need to fix the lighting. Hold on. There we go. I flip my monitor around when I'm doing stuff in the kitchen, so I have something to watch. And it wraps around my my light because it's a big pole, and then it tips it over, but it doesn't always fall over. So that's what that was about. But good morning, everybody. Hopefully everybody's doing well. That is ungodly loud. Admittedly, I didn't test the audio before. Okay. So let's take a look at who we got. Alright, we got a Skip Bloom, which is great. We're working towards getting a Jumpluff, it looks like. We got our Togepi, which I'm not going to name. I'm just not going to name it. Y'all can read it. I promise it's fine. You got this. But this one's going to be our Togetic. And then here's our Zubat that we're working towards getting a Crobat. It's going to be a little while. We got our Quilava. Muscle, it came nicknamed that way, so not much we can do about it. And then we got Slowpoke, which I'm not sure if I'm going to do a Slow King or Slow Bro. Probably Slow King. We just got to get a King's Rock. There's also a Baneri in chat if anyone wants to try and catch it. Also, let me know how the volume is, if that's okay, if it's too loud, too quiet, whatever. Alright, so let me check and see what's in the burn tower. See what we need to pick up. I need to go here. We gotta go to our Pokedex. Gotta go to Johto. Burn tower, here we go. It's okay? Alright, cool. I like to hear that. Okay, top floor. I don't think we have coughing yet, but I can double check. You know what? I don't have it memorized on that deck, so we're gonna do it like this. Also, in the document that I'm using, I highlighted all the Pokemon that we caught green, so it'll be a little easier on the eyes to try and figure out what we've caught so far. Alright, so we still need coughing, which it's a 30% encounter rate. Cool. That's not a coughing, no. Wait, we have Rock Smash, don't we? Huh. We can also get a Shuckle, possibly. Oh, we haven't even done this fight. Okay. I thought we did. Nice! Somebody got it. Cool. That's a Raticate. We don't have Raticate yet. Or maybe we do. Do we? We do. Okay. Yeah, we can skip that. We good. I also haven't checked my Pokeballs. It's been 2 weeks since we played this, so I'm gonna forget some stuff. Oh, we're good. We're solid. I don't even know if we did the rival fight yet or not. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, goodness. Well, hopefully everybody's having a good Sunday so far. I know it's super early and all that, but... yeah, that's right. We gave Rock Smash to Togepi. I mean, we're not planning on using Togetic on the team, like, at all. Alright, where's coughing at? I have yet to run into a coughing. It says it's here. I'm a little confuzzled. Oh, there's no Magmar in here? In Gold and Silver, there's a Magmar, and in this one, there's not. Actually, if we go downstairs, there will be a coughing, so maybe we should just go do the fight. Sure, I'll say right before. Yeah, we haven't done the fight yet. I thought we did. Oh, it's you! I came looking for some legendary Pokemon that they say roosts here. But there's nothing here. Nothing after all the trouble of coming this way, or to this dump? No way! It's all your fault. Oh, it's my fault. Because it's my fault this dude decided to come over here and try and find Pokemon. Rude. That's what that is. Let's go sleep powder. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't like that. Okay, you're supposed to go to sleep. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Jerk! Fine. You wanna play that way? Let's play that way. Go to sleep. Thank you. I know, curse. And we're just gonna heal up. Kind of. Not as much as I was hoping for. Alright, Skiploom evolves at level 27, I think, so we gotta bide our time until that happens. If they made Skiploom catchable, it would have been a little easier, but it's fine. We're out here living our life. We're out here vibing. Oh, so close. Did you just burn all my synthesis? What a jerk. Easy. I did that without actually hitting the Pokemon at all. Alright, Magnemite. We got a Pokemon for that. Due to the fact that we're going to take damage if we stay in. We'll switch over to the fire type and do an Amber, or an Embrace. Easy peasy. Who's next? Croconaut. Yikes. I guess we'll do this. At least water attacks won't do anything. Alright, we'll do Leech Seed so at least everybody gets something out of it. If only I had grass moves to fight with, like Mega Drain or something. But I don't. We basically healed up from that. Just almost completely. So we were at 58. We're at 55, so realistically only doing 3 damage, so we're fine. Do 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 do. Alright, now we can tackle, because it's not a ghost type. We're not gonna do anything, but tackle and Leech Seed together, it'll work. And now we're healed up. Ah, we missed. Okay, didn't wake up, so that's good. Ooh, got a crit. I like it. So now is the Zubat. I will switch.
What's your power level? Mine's pretty big.
Bruni! Alright, we'll do the power level check after this fight. How are you, Bruni? I saw you hurt your finger. How's your finger? And yes, if you're not following Bruni, please drop a follow. Great variety streamer. Gonna be coming back to streaming soon. If I'm not mistaken, gonna be playing Final Fantasy XIV. Among other things, I'm sure. Hurts here and there. Here and there. I get it. That's good. I like that. Okay. Alright, let's go over here. We're gonna need music. Also, I don't know if anybody's looked at Texas, like the weather today, like on the radar. It's like there's a hurricane over the panhandle. I was like, how is it supposed to flood today? That's why. Alright, let's go over to, where's the wheel? There it is. Okay, we don't need we don't need the wheel punishment. We need power levels. There we go. Okay. Alright, so that's ready to go. Alright, Bruni's over here flexing. Let's see what you got, Bruni.
Power level at 22,000, and then it shorted out. Now it's reading 24,000!
Well, Bruni's power level's going down. But that's okay. Maybe it's because Bruni hurt her finger. I don't know. Who knows? It is all good. You can always redeem it again tomorrow. Alright, let's get back. How much time we got? We got 12 minutes. Cool. Yeah, let's get back over here. Ah, whatever. You would never be able to catch a legendary Pokemon anyway. Kagome, thank you for the contribution to the Breath of the Wild Master Mode Challenge. How is it going? I will hit that 1.3 mil again. Yes, you will. I believe you will. What are you doing falling into a hole? Some genius you are. Serves you right.
Hello there.
Hello there. Alright, let's get the dogs up. Who let the dogs out? I guess it was me. See, there they go. They go choo choo, vroom vroom, zoom zoom. And if you're not following Kagome, please drop a follow. Great variety streamer, does a lot of Dead by Daylight and cozy games and spoopy games. Alright, there's coughing. We need that. Alright, go to sleep. King Cacnea, welcome in. How are you? Come on, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. There we go. Gotta love it. I probably should have healed, but that's okay, you know? I'm alright, just didn't sleep much from thinking. Thinking about what? Because sometimes that happens, you know, like, people's minds are, like, constantly, like, just overthinking everything, and it's hard to sleep. It happens to me every once in a while. ADD sucks. Alright, we got coughing. How the professor from Violet looks a bit like Professor Rowan. That's possible. I think he looks like Mr. Fantastic from Doctor Strange 2. Alright, so we got a coughing. We need to, or I could try for the 1% wheezing. Also, there's an item down there, and I have Rock Smash. Do, 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 do. You seen, I dug a hole here too. I was shocked. Shocked, I tell ya. Suicune raced by like a blur, right in front of my eyes. For 10 years, I chased Suicune, and I finally got to see it. I'm all choked up. Ace, I owe it all to you. Thank you. I heard that the legendary Pokemon of Ecruteak test chosen humans by allowing them to get close. I'm going to track Suicune. Ace, let's meet again. Farewell. Bye-bye! Mr. Fantastic from Fantastic Four movie is the one I like more. The beard was a bit much. I mean, they came from a difficult time, I think is what it was, and I need strength. Sure. Hello, friends. Lucas! Welcome in. How are you? Yes, if you're not following Lucas, please drop a follow. Great variety Pokemon streamer. Does a lot of Pokemon content. So if you like what we're doing here, you'll like Lucas' content as well. I cannot talk today. We vibing. BRB. Alright, cool. So yeah, I get to go watch the new Dragon Ball movie today, and I'm dressing up as Goku. Of course, it's me. I mean, and also, I don't know if y'all saw, but I uploaded a couple of TikToks, 2 of the gaming collection ones, and 1 reacting to somebody who didn't know how to pronounce Kamehameha. I mean, not knowing how to pronounce it is one thing, but not knowing how to read it is a whole other thing. So definitely, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Definitely check that out. Don't you dare spoil the movie. Yeah, please, nobody spoil the movie. I want to go in as blind as I can. Yes, love it. Stay asleep. Also, there's a Mincino in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. Hopefully you don't blow up. They do no self-destruct. I gotta be careful. We're gonna try. Doing good. Had a lot going on, but things are looking up. How goes the Pokemon challenge? We're doing pretty good. I want to catch this wheezing as quickly as possible before it decides to blow up. Because it's a 1% encounter, and I don't want to have to evolve a coughing at level 35. I want to go in blind as well if I ever have the money. I mean, it'll be, you know, available on home stuff soon enough too. Okay, stay asleep. What do you have? So you're level 16. So you got Smog, Self-Destruct, Tackle, and Poison Gas. Yikes. I could do the Ultra Ball. I just don't wanna. Kagome, you got it. Congratulations. But yeah, the challenge is going well so far. You can do exclamation living decks to check out all the Pokemon that we caught so far. I just caught a coughing. I'm just trying to get a wheezing. Fine. Alright, we're on a time limit here. I mean, we're on a time limit anyway, because if it wakes up and goes boom, I'm gonna be sad. Let's go! I think my best bet is to do this anyway. I don't know what the catch rate is, but come on. Stop being stubborn. It's gonna wake up. Okay. I can vibe with that. We're gonna heal it from that. Need you to go to sleep. Cool, you prick. I swear to... Dude, okay. I was like, dude, don't take him with you. Yeah, it's got self-destruct. I don't know why. I don't know why they gave it to Pokemon this early.
Lady_Kagome gifted a tier 1 sub to Megan Actressing.
Aw, Megan got one. That's cool. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. I guess I have to do push-ups now, don't I? Alright, let me heal up, and then, we'll do the push-ups. So at 1 sub, I have to do 50 push-ups. And at 2 subs, we open up a booster pack, which you can see back here, so. And yes, you do. We may have to go battle Youngster Joey. Youngster Joey is calling to remind everybody to follow me on my socials. Got a minute? Let's get together and battle. I promise things will be different. Alright, at least he's a little easier to get to now. Alright, so that's call number 16 of the challenge so far. I'm keeping track. So, alright, let's flip over to here. Let me get some music going. Alright. I'm gonna put the headphones here. There we go.
Blah-ha-ha!
Okay, we got 9 more. Okay. We're good. Oops. Whew. Alright, there's your push-ups. So, I haven't done any exercise since Monday. My tonsils did the thing again where they started swelling up. Yay. So I took a few days off and let them heal up. I'm hoping this is it. No more, please. Oh yeah, we're gonna go fight Joey. What just happened?
Cat loves food, yeah, yeah, yeah. Cat loves food, yeah.
That's what Okay, go, man. Coming in with a resub of 9 months. Alright. Let's do kitty treats. Hey, you want some kitty treats? Thank you so much. Alright, we're gonna do kitty treats and then we'll do a... You don't need to do push-ups. No. That's only a 1, 6, 11, 16, and it keeps going like that. Every two subs we open up a booster pack, so we'll be doing that after kitty treats. Okay. Oh, woo! Ooh. Kitties! Yeah, we have the exclamation K and I'll pop up that. I don't know where that came from. Something in Brando's chat that somebody brought in, I guess, is how I understand it. So let me see if I can remember how to do this. But we have a booster pack right here. I need my phone. What? What do you mean? Oh, there we go. Okay, I got it. I see now. How many packs does the booster... How many cards does the booster pack have, or how many packs does the box have? I guess we'll find out. Okay, so let's do this. There we go. So, got the Pokemon Go set. Let me bump that up a little bit. It has 10 packs, and it was about $50 for shipping and everything. Okay, so... You said it's 4 from the back? Yes, okay. I guess we could play like guess the energy and all that, but I wasn't even thinking about it. Alright, so we got a dark energy. Ooh, we got Spark. Okay. We don't have that one yet. Alright, we got a Chansey. We got a Zaytu. We don't have that one yet. We got Bibarrel. We got a Pikachu. Oh, there's a Glare. I'm sorry. We got Spinarak. I don't think we have that one. We got Rattata. We got Bidoof. We don't have that one yet. Ooh, we got a Reverse Moltres, and we got a Pikachu. So we got 2 Pikachu. Number 28 and number 27. Yeah, there's 2 Pikachu. Cool. We got stuff we didn't have. So yeah, we got a Holo Pikachu and a Reverse Moltres. So we got 2 of the birds. So we got quite a few cards we didn't have before, which is great. So I'm gonna add those to the collection. And then, you know, we got these, which we already had. We didn't have that, but energies are fine. Those are easy. Okay, so let's cut the that. There we go. All right, so we got 5 packs left in there. So that'll be fun. I'll just leave it right there. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't know about y'all, but I'm burning up. Oh yeah, we're gonna go fight Joey. You have an item for me, don't you? I'll also get the apricorns. Because once I get Fly, I can go back and do the Pokeball creation a little bit easier. Maybe I'll do that during the week, you know? Instead of just once a week. Yes, okay. I'm Sunny of Sunday, meaning it's Sunday today. It is Sunday today. It's like the game new or something. I was told to give you this if I saw you. Yes. We got a magnet. That thing, what was it now? Oh, I remember now. A Pokemon that knows electric moves should hold it. My sis Monica said it powers up electric moves. Pog. Alright, let's go kick the crap out of Joey. And thank you for the epic unit. At least Joey's a lot closer than he used to be. I think we already got that item. Whew. We never did get Dunsparce either. Oh, we don't have a thing to cut anymore. Yeah, I don't like that. Oh well. It's fine. We're gonna do our best. We're gonna live our best life. It's a Lediba. Alright, we got like about a level and a half left before you're fully evolved, which is great. I think it's 27. Alright, Joey, we got this. Predictions up now. Who's gonna win, me or Joey? I'm kidding, guys. There's no reason to do one. Has he trained at all? He has trained. Okay. Ooh, he does 8 damage now. Ooh, we're not healing a lot from Rattata. That's okay though, it's dead. It gone done dead. Do 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 do. There's a Bellsprout in chat if you might want to try and catch it. Oh, pooper scoopers. He is a Caterpie. Bellsprout's pretty common, so odds are a lot of you already have it. But you can also catch it and wonder trade it off for something you don't have. There's also that. Also, as far as I know, the more active you are in chat, the more money you get from the program, which is kind of cool. At least that's how I understand it. Alright, what is this? The heck is a Wonder Trade? Alright, so I'm gonna, let's see. I don't, here, I'll try and catch it. Okay. I'm gonna scroll down to here. Let me see if I get it real quick, and then we'll do the thing. Nice. I don't want to trade anything that I've caught because I have like one of everything that I have. Okay. Unfortunately, JP didn't get it, but I get to do my examples. So we're gonna display. Okay. So you got the program down here. Apparently it's not. Okay, there it is. So you got this. So I'm gonna type in Bellsprout. So I got 2 Bellsprout right here. One that I just caught, and then one from like way earlier, back from July. So I'm gonna look at the IVs. So this one's 14. This one's 14. They're the same. All right, I'm gonna trade off the lower level one. So you get down to trade right here. See, trade, and it'll be gone forever. Continue. Wonder Trade. So I get a Hypno, which I don't know if I have yet. So we're gonna scroll down. So I didn't have that yet, as far as I know. I did not. So yeah, I got a Pokemon I didn't have before. So that's how you do that. Easy peasy. Alright, and now I want to close out my stream because I don't want to lurk in my own stream. And here we go. Cool, thanks. But that little widget, there's a lot of stuff you can do. You can buy items. That's the easier way to buy items. You can battle in there. You can also see your weekly like things that you're supposed to do. Like certain Pokemon you're supposed to catch, or I never fought this trainer. Certain Pokemon you're supposed to catch, certain types you're supposed to Wonder Trade off. Like battling with super effective moves, things like that. I really should have given you Headbutt, but I was trying to save money, I think. Alright, well that's not gonna do a lot. I need to do Leech Seed. Of course you evaded it. This could be anything. More stars. Okay. Easy. Also, the cool thing about these, like that come in the pack, I can scan these into the Pokemon trading card game program and get like stuff from that as well. Encore. It better be from Tackle. Okay. I gotta do stuff around my apartment, so I'll be lurking. Alright, cool, cool. Have fun doing stuff. Personally, I'd rather do stuff in my apartment rather than around my apartment, but that's just me. Okay, Encore ended, cool. Let's do Leech Seed again. You goof. Dampf. Usually Tiny is the one helping people. Hype for Ace and hype for Tiny and chat hype. Yes. I don't fully understand, but... How's it going, 10mm? Welcome in. We just did a pack opening recently. We got a Pikachu and a Moltres out of it, so that was pretty cool. Pikachu's wearing a hat too. I like that. I guess I could sleeve these now. Not with those. While we're battling. Aw, you put me to sleep, you jerk. That was rude. How did this one get cat hair on it? They weren't even up here. Mitchie! How's it going? I am just hype. Y'all are on. Sure. Cool, level 26. So by my math, we got one more level to go. Okay. Okay, we did fight you, so that's good. Mitchie, come back to streaming! Oh, I need you to wake up, buddy. I will eventually. Okay. Okay, bye. I don't think we got spinner rack. I might be misremembering. Working a lot right now. Understandable. Well, good news. My tonsils aren't swelling up as much. I think the swelling receded. So I'm happy about that. There we go, we finally woke up. I'll fight you. Alright, I did the thing. But all sleeved up. Okay, so now that we fought Joey, I say what we do. Let's go try for that wheezing again. Stubborn little bastard. It's a 1% encounter. I found it once, I can find it again. That's coughing. Do, 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 do. I guess I could bump this back up. Now I can hear. Okay, 70, 33. No. I need wheezing, bro. I definitely do not want to have to try and catch another coughing and evolve it. That's gonna take way too much effort. Unless there's a wheezing somewhere else that's like easier to get to. Where is coughing? Yeah, there's not. So this is like our best bet. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do for a little bit. We're gonna try and find it again. Okay, 27, 28, number 6. Do. Because if I can get a wheezing, then I can mark coughing off as well. Love how Nixie just gets heated. I do it with love. I don't do it maliciously or anything. Yes, Kagome, yes, you get to name a couple of Pokemon if you want. And those nicknames stick through the rest of all the games. So for every sub you do, you get to name a Pokemon. When can I name them? Right now. You can claim any of them that haven't already been claimed. What you do is you go into the command that Tiny dropped, and you can just look and see what's been taken already and what hasn't. There's a lot more that hasn't been taken than has. And you can pick any of the games, like, from Gen 2 all the way to Gen 9 if you want. Because Gen 1's already done. We're done with that one. But even if you wanted to pick something like, I don't know, Shelter, that would go from Gen 2 all the way to Gen 9. But if you wanted to pick something, say, I don't know, like, trying to think of a good one. If you wanted to name Bidoof, you know, the beaver from Gen 4, that would start with Gen 4 and go all the way to Gen 9. So you can do anything that hasn't already been taken. You can do it. You can even some of the ones that we've already caught, I can go back and rename. But it starts with Generation 2 and it goes all the way to Generation 9. The tab's at the bottom. No, I wanted to run. You're an absolute madman. No, I'm AceofBade. And you're Straw Hat Mano. That's fun. Gotta love the dad jokes. Mano, you missed our pack opening. 59 and you're 12. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, that's right here. Heck yeah, Moltres goes right here. Yay! I need a Weezing. Why is Weezing not popping up? Okay, and this is number 6. This is number 6. Okay, so this is 27 and 28. 2 different Pikachu in the set. I feel like that's kind of cheapening the set a little bit. Hey, what do I know? Okay, Zubat, that's not what we need. Okay, we got Bidoof. There we go. 6, 7, 6, 8, 6, 9, 70. Then we have Zaytu to figure out. Where do you go? Number 33. So 18, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Got it. Okay. They're set up. What Pokemon haven't been claimed yet? So if you look at the documents, maybe I can pull it up here. Okay. So right here, for example, Eevee's already been taken by Moopa. So you'll see on the just a little past the document, those have been claimed. Anything else hasn't. So that's how you tell. I know. So Eevee, Togepi, Togetic, and Snorlax have been taken for sure, and I think Growlithe has as well. Growlithe makes sense because it's Mastiff. Although personally I would say Arcanine, but hey, that's just me. I need a Weezing now. Also, we got about 11 more minutes for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. How are we doing with that anyway? We're doing okay. Not great, but we're doing okay. So, can I name anyone that haven't been claimed? Exactly. You get 2 because you did 2 subs. There's also a Grand Bull in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. I wonder who could have named Snorlax. Looking at you, Tiny. Yeah, Tiny did that. You know it. I mean, Would you expect anything less? Go down. Thank you. You want to name Wartortle Franklin. Alright, we can do that. Wartortle.
Moo.
I get it, because there was a turtle named Franklin, right? Also, Moopa, welcome in. How are you? You missed a pack opening, courtesy of Lady Kigome. we got a hollow Pikachu and a reverse hollow Moltres. Thought that was kind of cool. Nice. Multiple people got it. Very cool. Holo Pika. Want to see? Oh, Hollow Pika. Yeah, I could show. We also got a regular Pikachu as well. Okay. Here, we'll flip over here for a sec. I'll put some music on. Okay. Okay, so here's the regular. Yeah. Here's the regular Pikachu. It's like 3D one and everything. And then here's the hollow Pikachu. He's wearing a hat. Okay, maybe it's a little bit harder to see in here. But there he is. He's got Wild Charge. It does 90 damage, which is insane. Okay. I've been putting him in the binder, so. Alrighty, let's get back to the game. To the games. Now I want to buy some packs. You can get them on Amazon. This thing that I bought was $50 with shipping, so it's basically $5 a pack. I need a binder for mine as well. Yes. There's all sorts of binders you can pick up. I kept that from my like Yu-Gi-Oh days. I still got some Yu-Gi-Oh cards and some old Pokemon cards and stuff. Just stuff I'm planning on like not ever getting rid of. You have so many binders. I used to have more, but like I sold all, like I got rid of all the Yu-Gi-Oh stuff because I didn't want to. It's time consuming. From back in the day, I bought cards. Haven't bought cards in forever. I used to have the 151. The only thing I kept out of that was the Charizard. Kind of regret that. I should have kept the Venusaur and the Blastoise. But I sold it all before like 2020, so went through a huge collection period about 4 years ago one summer. Brother lost all Hero G cards. That sucks. Your brother steals your games. He loses your stuff. Just all over. Just terrible. Be right back. Gonna grab a shower. Alright, cool. Nugget! Coming in with the raid. How's it going, everybody? My name is AceofBade. I'm a variety Pokemon streamer. We do a lot of Pokemon content over here. Today
Share your energy with me!
Today we are playing Pokemon Crystal. We're doing a Living Dex challenge, which means we catch one Pokemon of every single Pokemon up to that point. So there are 250 Pokemon we have to obtain. So, alright, let's go over here. We're going to do some kitty treats for the raid. Oh, Pikachu fat. But how was World of Warcraft? How was that? I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, let me see. Still angry about it, so I had to rebuy them all. Understandable. Nougat! Let's see. Smite. Hi, Raiders. Oh, speaking of which, welcome Nugget and Raiders. I think we can collective disdain your brother, Moopa. Just caught all the Pokemon in RCS yesterday. Nice. I think I'm 3 off from the living dex. So you gotta get to it. Hey. Well, how was World of Warcraft? How was the Warcrafting world? I know that's probably not accurate. Okay, there we go. Let's do that. I'll fall. Actually, I need to put these with the bulk. I don't remember where the bulk is. What did I do with the bulk? Oh, it's right here. Right. It's with the sleeves. Which I guess is kind of redundant. Let's do that. Okay. There we go. That's what we want to do. Okay. Had to clean up a little bit. How was it? Sabbath looking for treats to grow out the floor. It happens, I'm sure. Maybe that's how they grow. I don't know. I don't know how they're made. Alright. Let's get back over here. I'm glad I'm not the only one that saw that. Oh, hello. How you doing, buddy? Sabbath was mad at me when I went out of, or because I went out of town for a few days. Completely avoided me for like 2 days. And now he won't leave me alone. Alright, it's time for a protein shake. $10 millimeter, thank you for the host. Take him with you next time. Yeah, let me just take him to Galveston and let him hang out in the tropical storm. Sounds good. When I leave Autumn won't leave me the F alone, sleeps on my face, etc. Fun. So who are we trying to find at the moment? Wheezing! It's a 1% encounter, and I do not feel like evolving a Coughing, because it's level 35, and you find Coughing at 14. That's basically 20 levels, and this game has a terrible level curve. But thank you for the host as well. Oh, also I did fix the hype train sounds. Like the first one is still the Johto theme song, but the success sound is different. Not trying to say, hey, let's get a hype train going. By the way, that's not what I'm doing. I just y'all wanted me to change it, and I did. Oh, goodness gracious. I could add a GIF that could go along with it, I guess, as well. Is it GIF? Okay, my bad. Even though the word, even though it starts with a G, has the J sound, I guess we'll call it a GIF. The world may never know. You know, I'm just gonna call it a slop. That's what I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it a slop. Then there's no debate. Or I'll call it a moist. Just to trigger people. I'm gonna put up a moist. A creamy moist. I wish we had the random GIF extension on here. Lamau. Okay, I've had wheezing pop up once. Can we get it to pop up again? That is a Zubat. Like, I get it, it's a 1% encounter. But I feel like I'm better off trying to find it this way. Here, Weezing, come here, Weezing. We got a treat for you. And your plants enjoy it. Hope you get all the rain. Yeah, I don't actually have any plants because Sabbath will kill it. There's also a Doug Trio in chat if you might want to try and catch it. That's a coffin. We need you to evolve, bruh. Do I have Doug Trio? Ow! Also, I've reached out to multiple people about the collab challenges for season 3, and I've heard back from like 11 or 12. So October, November, and December are gonna be fun. I might double up on certain weeks just so I don't run into spacing it out too much. We'll see though. I gotta see whose schedule is what. But I'll be setting that up in September. That'll be great. Yes. So there'll be some new videos as well, because those are a lot easier than these videos, I'll tell you that much right now. Which I still have not gotten back to. I don't know if you know this, video editing is very time consuming. If I didn't have a job, if this was like completely sustainable and stuff, I would easily, you know, make videos and stuff, but this just ain't. It's a fun hobby though. No, I need you to run. Wait. Well, I could do the repel trick. How many repels I got? Never mind. No, I cannot. I would need a Pokemon that's at least level 15. And I don't have that currently. Zubat is a 10% encounter. Coughing is 59. Wheezing is 1 and Rattata is 30. Also, if we do one more sub, we do a wheel spin for the Wheel of Punishment. Not looking forward to that, by the way. But it is what it is. Any cosplays that get rolled on that, odds are would be pushed to the next stream. Which would be tomorrow. Just saying. No. I need you to hurry up and grow a head so we can get this over with. I would like to evolve my Skiploom, please. I'm not doing that on poison type Pokemon. That's dangerous. 3 out of 4 of the Pokemon down here are poison type. It's just not worth. And Rattata is not something I want to level up on. Oh, that doesn't feel good. The simple answer is just don't do that anymore. Alright, cool. No more stretching. Come on, Weezing. Man, I should have healed up before. I would have had more sleep powders to play with. One must stretch. And I will. Right before workout. Ah, my nose will not stop itching. Bruh. You know, at this point, I'm probably gonna find a shiny coughing before I find a wheezing. I'm not even sure what the shiny looks like, to be honest. Oh, it's blue. That's fun. Watch it actually pop up. Okay, I was kidding. Can we get the wheezing, please? That'd be great. 3 coughing in a row, though. What are the odds? That's the highest level coughing we can obtain. I want to try something real quick. I do have the gamble enabled. That's fun. Wow, Tiny. Go you. I still have more. You should do that again. Gamble all and see what happens. So what happened the last wheezing? It went boom. I know to quit while I'm ahead. Well, you would have doubled apparently. Do I have slots enabled? No. Okay. I didn't think so. Ooh, think of the epic unit. Doo-doo. Come on, Weezing. Need you to pop up, buddy. It's a 1% encounter no matter what time of day it is. Moopa, stop it. Your question, though. I said it. It blew up. It used self-destruct. It wasn't a joke. It just did. It almost killed Skiploom. I'm 10 levels up and it almost killed me. My Twitch keeps freezing. You may need to do a refresh or something. You know who I haven't seen in a while? Mastiff and Tony. I'm sad. Hoping it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, they've been busy. They haven't been streaming, nothing. I'm sure Tony's been, you know, dealing with school stuff. I'm sure that's a thing. Mastiff was doing some birthday stuff, and I guess they went on vacation. And they didn't invite me. Or they just hate us. I think that's more viable. Come on. Also, Moopa, I'm playing this on my GameCube. Because I got tired of the buffering from N64. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to get the super fast speeding Game Boy Tower, so we're just gonna switch over to something more reliable. Like legit on the GameCube. Yeah, I got the Game Boy player for GameCube. Expensive little bastard, but it came with the GameCube I picked up, so. I mean, I'm using a Wavebird. Man, I went to a local game store last night just to pick up, or see what I could pick up, right? Because there's about 20 games on my list that I want to pick up. I want to get more Dragon Ball games just to have them. There we go. And their markup on some of the games is just insane. Like Tales of Symphonia Chronicles on the PS3, on eBay you can get it for $35. They were selling it for $100, and I thought that was ridiculous. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Okay. Well, the GameCube one, yeah, but the PS3 one that has Tales of Symphonia and then the sequel ain't that much. Don't blow up, don't blow up. Okay, that's fine. It's a good game. I would prefer to have it on the PS3 though, because on the GameCube, first off, you have to swap out for the second disc. Come on. You're at half health. Mmm. They're very cheap on that both. I just want one copy of the games that I have. Damn it, come on. Stay asleep. Okay, Leech Seed might have been a bad idea. We're using our Ultra Ball. Yes! Heck yeah, baby! Okay, so we got coughing and wheezing now. Oh, okay. Let me mark those off real quick. I don't know what number we're on. Did I put it in here? Is that the last time we streamed this game? Yes, it is. Okay. So we're on 38 now. Okay, so coughing and wheezing. Exclamation live index, and you'll be able to see what Pokemon we have. Alright, so now, let's go heal up. And we'll go to the west and go catch some more Pokemon and level up and stuff. What Pokemons do you have? I mean, for your... Oh, okay, yeah. So, who's on the team currently? We got a Skiploom that's going to be a Jumpluff soon. We've got our Togepi that's going to be a Togetic at some point in time. We got a Zubat that's going to be a Crobat at some point in time. We got Quilava that's going to be a Typhlosion. We got a Machop for, like, strength and just some other stuff. And then we got Slowpoke that's probably going to be a Slowking. Also, Kagome didn't name her second Pokemon, I don't think. She only named one. I mean, why not, you know? It's in chat. See what I did there? Okay, so I bought a Switch Pro controller from GameStop last Friday with a ... which means that was a regretful purchase. I just bought one off Amazon. It's easier. Alright, let's see what we can pick up here. Okay, it's rat. We don't need rats. We also don't need those. We need this. Ecruteak. We need to go to the west. Route 38. The item shipped on the same day and has been stuck for waiting for USPS pickup. It's like been a week. Yikes. Ooh, tired camper. Ace, right? How do you raise your Pokemon? I do all sorts of things, like leaving them in daycare and toughing them up with items. And you know, now we can KO Aber easy. I should challenge the Goldenrod Gym. See you later. I emailed and they wouldn't email me back, so I called and waited 30 minutes on the phone. Apparently it was being shipped from a store and they legit forgot. Yikes. Yeah, do we have Pidgeotto? I don't think we have Pidgeotto. We don't. Okay, I'm gonna catch Pidgeotto here. So the two Pokemon games, Scarlet and Violet, I pre-ordered them to pick up at the store. Because I don't want to have to deal with it being shipped out and waiting and all this crap, so I have a receipt and everything. Like, I'm just gonna go that route. I don't want to deal with all this, like, waiting 4 days and all that. Nah, I want it the day of. Send it to the wrong email. Yikes. Where did you get the gift card from, anyway? I mean, you didn't buy the gift card, did you? It was just like a gift from somebody? Attack. I'll put you to sleep again. Yeah, it was a birthday gift. Yeah. You know, there's some places that I'll actually just straight up buy gift cards. I have a Panera Bread gift card I have never used, and I've had it for years. I don't even know if it's still good. I don't even know where I got it from. Oh, pooper scoopers. Look, you whippersnapper, get in the ball. Apparently GameStop is fire. A lot of people may be struggling. They are. As frustrating as GameStop is, I don't want to see them go. That's one of the only brick and mortar video game stores that we have left. A lot of people feel differently, but I just want them to do the right thing. They're not doing the right thing. Dude, get in the ball! Ooh, thank you for the epic unit. Also, we got about 9 more minutes for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. And getting Moopa's balls. Alright, we got a Pidgeotto. I'm not gonna mark it off yet because we need We need another one, basically, before I can mark it off. So we're looking for Magnemite, Pidgeotto, Miltank, and Tauros. Well, I got the match touch. Ding. Ooh, wait. I love this rap. I mean, it's okay. Oh, okay, Tauros. At least nothing has a 1% encounter here. Pokemon Crystal. Pokemon with 3 chances. Is there a list floating around? Okay, in Generation 2, some Pokemon have a chance of fleeing from battle when encountered in the wild. This is the list of these Pokemon, excluding roaming Pokemon because duh. Tauros is not one of them. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There are 21 Pokemon on this list that have a flee chance. That's not including the legendary dogs. Why? What purpose does that have other than to piss me off? Now, granted, a couple of those are not actually obtainable in this game, like the birds. But if you were doing like a randomizer or something. I think it's because this is the route where a lot of new Pokemon show up, plus Eevee evolves around this time. Potentially. I need to go back and get Eevee, actually. I haven't done that yet. I need to throw it in the daycare with a Ditto. And give me 5 more Eevees that I can evolve. Gonna wake up, aren't you? No? Really? Shocking. Everybody wants to be a master. Everybody wants to show their skills. Number 39, baby. Actually, this is gonna be 40. Yeah, we're gonna make this 40 because Tauros, where are you? I'll just go ahead and put the Pidgeotto on the list. Pidgeotto. It's at 39, not 390. Cool. We got bullshit. Also, if you were not aware, I just got a notification, that's why I'm saying this, but I uploaded a couple of TikToks. 2 of them are collection videos, and one of them's reacting to someone who does not know how to say Kamehameha, or even read it. Like, you can look at it and see that there's not a Y in there. And I'm like... I feel like if you were gonna record yourself saying something, you would practice it a few times. And I'm like... I don't know. That's just me. Also, I don't know how many Pokemon I have in the box. I should probably check. But Bill will call and tell me that the thing's full, so... I'm not worried about it. Okay, we already got Raticate. But I think I'm gonna fight Raticate. Because it'll give me at least 100 XP. Ooh, we missed the tail whip. I like that. And if only could, I make a deal with God. 2 avocados for $10. Have we got a call from Joey? We had one today. We didn't add it to the total if you want to do the command. I think it's youngster. Oh, 265. Okay. I'm keeping track of it on my notepad as well. Okay, Rattata, no. We still need Miltank and we need another Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto's gonna be a pain to evolve, I mean. It's not the worst though. That belongs to Tyranitar. Okay, there's Pidgeotto. Cool. Yeah, it says actually this is the area where we want to do this. I've always wanted to use Tyranitar. SP question mark? I don't know what that means. I had a feeling that would, oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, there's an I in there somewhere. I think that second A is supposed to be an I. I may have to lower it a little bit more, but I'm gonna try. I thought it had two N's, and I was proven wrong. Okay. Let's try again. Cool. Alright, so this is going to be our Pidgeot later on. You just spelled it backwards, I guess. Have you ever used it on your team? Possibly. I think it got KO'd pretty quick because it's got a 4x weakness. Also, we got less than a minute for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. Alright, so we're looking for 2 Magnemite and a Miltank. I should probably actually just fight something. And, oh, there's Magnemite. I'm gonna heal up. We're gonna do Leech Seed. Alright, we'll do Stream Raiders after this encounter. This is one of the 3 Pokemon this actually works on, so we'll see. Pog. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and add that to the list as well. So I guess we're celebrating today. I don't know. No, we already have Pidgeotto. Happy 2-year dork. Look, I went out of town, I've been sick, I just forgot. Carrots and hummus or Doritos if I'm feeling naughty. Interesting. How much is that gonna do? That did quite a bit. Still a Leech Seed. Girl, we about to get naughty. Anytime I hear naughty, I think of Freaky Fred from Courage the Cowardly Dog. I almost made that an emote one time. What about that Cool Ranch? Gross. Spicy nacho all the way, baby. Do 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 do. I guess I should have just used synthesis since it was gonna die anyway. I could just fight you. Let's fight. I've been all overseas, so I know all about all sorts of Pokemon. Sure. There's eggs and tortillas. Hurricane Katrina? More like Hurricane Tortilla. Any kind of Dorito is pretty bomb. Okay, let's do synthesis. Quick snack is extra crunchy peanut butter on a spoon or fork. Yeah, I've done that. Actually, don't eat chips. Am I weird? Yes. I don't eat chips either. Heading out to the beach. Have a great stream. Kagome, you didn't name your second Pokemon, but have a great day at the beach. Let's do Leech Seed. Hi, bye, Kagome. I might try and get a Wooper on the team. Honestly, I could. As a reminder, we are doing our community stream event on Friday evening at 7:30 p.m. And then we are doing our Discord movie night Friday, September 9th, same time, 7:30 p.m. I'll be sure to say something about it at the end of stream too. But it's on the schedule in the Discord. New type of Wooper in the new game. Yeah, I'm not as psyched about it, but it's okay. Small Ant loves Wooper. I'm kind of curious what his opinion is. Okay, there's our second Magnemite. Pog. Sonic Boom. Ooh, let's put you to sleep. Never mind. Alright, we're gonna go back up to 57. Why are you not going to sleep? Are you too good to go to sleep? Thank you kindly. Gotta like the dog. Ooh. Alright, let's do Pokeball. Oots. Yes, oots. Alright, we got our Magnemite. One of these is gonna be a Magneton. So now the only thing we need is a Youngster Joey's calling. My Rattata is looking sharper than ever before. I doubt there's a Pokemon as cool as this guy in your party. Oh yeah, saw Wild Caterpie. I thought about going for it, but I decided to work with my one and only right to the extreme end. Alright, later. And Joey is calling to remind us all to follow me on all my social medias, which are in that link tree right there. Gotta love that running gag. Alright, so we're at 17 now. I was gonna go see how much more room we have. That's what I'm doing. And I might as well heal up too. I wish I had a fast forward button, but I don't. Alright, change box. We're in box 3. We got 11 out of 20, so we got 9 more. After the mill tank, we'll have 8 more. So we're doing good. We're doing good. I guess I could get on the bike. I did pick it up for a reason. For a reason. After we get mill tank, I'm gonna go back for Eevee, throw it in the daycare with a Ditto, and just let those two go to town. Do 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 bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Wrong bovine. We need the other one. Mill tank, please. It's a rat, not a cow. It still hurts to yawn a little bit. I'll fight Raticate, it's fine. I probably should have fought Tauros too, but it is whatever. No! Don't be so evasive. At least it doesn't appear to have Hyper Fang. Stop yawning, it hurts. Okay, 265, not bad. So we'll fight Raticate and Tauros. The other one's not really as worth it. Speaking of Tauros. Also a 5% encounter. Can we get the other 5% encounter? The cow. We got the bull. Can we get the cow? Alright, well we are healed up. That did more than I thought it would. Yes, Tiny, that is a good announcement. I like that. Alright, we are all healed up. Well, pretty close to healed up anyway. 391. Wow. That's quite a bit right there. Alright, we'll fight the Pidgeotto. We should evolve after this. Tiackle. I like the crit. Do that again. No. Well, I'll see if I can stop by during my meal time at work then. That'd be cool. What? Skiploom is evolving! Cool. We got a Jumpluff. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Pog. Is that a squish jump bluff? That is a squish jump bluff. Mobile Twitch is rough, but I'll try. I mean, that'd be cool. Get wrecked, welcome in, how are you? We still need our mill tank. Alright, so this is number 41, wherever it is. Gonna get back to getting ready for church. Nice to see you, friends. Have fun at church, Hermione. Alright, well, we got jump up. I'm happy about that. That's one less evolution we gotta deal with. Okay, we already got Magnemite. And thank you for the lurk. Much appreciate. No, I need the cow. Please. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Do do do. Wrong cow. I'm sad. Is it really a 5% encounter to run in a mill tank? Let me check a different website just to be sure. Oh, Magnemite actually has a flea chance. We don't like that kind of thing. Okay, well, that's loading up. Of course. No. Well, it says 5%. There's a Kangaskhan in the chat if you might want to try and catch it. I'd recommend doing an Ultra Ball. Go down. Go down. Do, 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 do. I need cow, please. I still haven't gone after Dunsparce yet either. That's not a cow, that's a rat. Still a rat. Congratulations, Poopa, you got it. Okay, it swears up and down. There is a mill tank here. I have yet to see one. You know, I guess while we're waiting for one to pop up, this would be a good time to level up Quilava. I think that's a good use of my time. Watch, it pops up now. Okay. I've been through so many magnets. Okay, 24, good. When did we get Flame Wheel? Is it 26? It might be 26. We're definitely gonna need a few levels before we fight that Steelix. Come on, Miltank. No. Miltank is shy. I'm gonna save, because it's been a minute. This is just a baby. Oh, good heavens. Wrong cow. Also, if anybody has any suggestions of what movie to watch on the 9th of September, it's a Friday, drop it in the Discord in the movie suggestion channel, and I'll let we could vote on which movie we watch. There's quite a few suggestions in there already. There's too many to pick from, so it's like we gotta narrow it down for the first one, you know. I have not seen, well, wait. I do remember watching at least part of it. I don't know if I ever finished it. But yeah, go ahead and add that to the list, Moopa. Rockadoodle-doo. Is that a... Oh, it does have Hyper Fang. It just wasn't doing it. Is that a catchphrase or is that a movie? Oopsie. I knocked the back off. It's a movie. Gotcha. Best movie. Yeah, sure. But yeah, I'll probably put up a poll like closer to September. Oh, that also reminds me. I did add some new roles in Discord. They're for new games that are in there. They were always in there. I just never really promoted them. But now there's a bunch of games. So be sure to check out those reactions in the React Roles channel. I did some stuff last week. You can, there's like a waifu and husbando game. Some other games. I don't know. There's stuff. I've been doing stuff while I was not able to exercise and stuff. I stayed busy. The widget have Rockadoodle in the screenshot you posted in the movie Discord channel. Sure. Alright. Well, if we can't find a cow, I will just keep murdering everything out here until we do. I don't care if I have to be level 50 before we find the cow. That might be from the discussion about watching movies in Spoopy, and we just never got around to doing it. I don't know. I'll blame you and JP for that. You have the files for it. Well, good. Then I don't have to hunt it at all. Blame JP for what? Nothing. Nothing at all. Blasted. You have summoned JP. How goes doing stuff around the apartment? Real, I came in and heard AC something. He's blaming me for something. Just blame JP and he shall be summoned. And he's like Beetlejuice. You say his name 5 times or 3 times or whatever. Boom. Where is this cow at? I wonder if it's in like a different part of the grass or something. Let me check the document. Where is no tank on here? No tank, no tank, no tank. Yeah, it says Route 38. It's good. Setting up my room and just organizing stuff. Oh, Roomba. Not room, Roomba. Pidgeotto. Come on, where is this thing? Okay. I'm gonna do this. It says also Route 39, so I'm curious if it has a higher encounter rate on Route 39. I mean, maybe. I bet it's the equivalent of a race car bed. I thought you got a king-size mattress. Got that nice bachelor pad now. Oh, I see. It's a joke. Okay, I missed the first part. I have to go heal up before we continue. Oh, that's definitely gonna get the ladies. Has a massage function. It has lights underneath. Jesus. Does it do your taxes? Does it cook you breakfast? Will it go to work for you? Does it clean your apartment? All the things you don't want to do. We got you covered. I wish, but it has USBs built in as well. Robot bed. Yeah, I'd be terrified too. That thing would try and murder me in my sleep. I'm half expecting a legendary dog to pop up. And me just not being prepared for it. That's a rat. We need a cow. I also got like 6 Alexa devices all over the apartment, and they're linked so I can play music everywhere if I want to. The FBI must be having a field day with your apartment. Okay, so we do not have it yet. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. This is a good time to brag about my Pikachu. Hey, I got 2 Pikachu today in a booster pack. I thought that was cool. Die, Pikachu. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, baby. It's alright, I got nothing to hide. Yeah, we got less than 2 minutes for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. Come on, Miltank. The good news is we're right next to the next town, so that's fun. You're a trainer. Hope it gets dark soon. Yeah, I don't want anybody like that in my apartment. Rat. I think there was an epic unit, but it didn't pop up in the chat. But I thought I heard the noise, but maybe not. I don't know. If there was, thank you for the epic unit. Headbutt. We'll see how much that does. Okay. Pog. Excited for the DBZ movie? Yeah! I'm gonna be dressing up for the occasion. I saw those those tickets on Crunchyroll. I didn't think about that. Ooh, we got that burn. Wow, that means this is gonna do like jack shit. Goku? Yes. Gonna be disappointed if you. Oh, I'm bringing the wig. Hopefully I don't block whoever's behind us. I would feel bad. Honestly, I might dress up on the last potty break that I do. There we go, finally. Okay, we'll do this encounter and then we'll do Stream Raiders. Cow. 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 Y'all are wrong. This is Demon Bovine from Hell. Put that boy to sleep. Defense code, that's fine. There's a Cincino in chat if anyone wants to try and catch it. The cow makes strawberry shakes. Who's Strawberry? Oh, it has stamp. Wow, that's super delayed. Hello? Ah, there we go. Great ball, let's go! Yes, baby! We got a milk tank. This is number 42. That only took forever to find. Where is Miltank? 10mm, I think you were out of Pokeballs. U-Balls! Or U-Balls! I wasn't. This is true. Alright, and rival. But no fight. You again? There's no need to panic. I don't bother with wimps like you. Speaking of weaklings, the city's gym leader isn't here. Supposedly taking care of a sick Pokemon at the lighthouse. Huh, boo-hoo! Just let sick Pokemon go. A Pokemon that can't battle is worthless. Why don't you train at the lighthouse? Who knows? It may make you a bit less weak. What a douche! Alright, that's not the Pokemon Center. It's the Pokemarts. And I'm not even sure how much money I have right now. I know we get another fishing rod here as well. Do. I also need to save. I think the mons he lets go are better off. Probably. At least as of right now. He gets a bit of a redemption arc, but still, he's kind of a jerk. Alright, we'll start at this house because I cannot remember. Along the way to Cyanwood, there are 4 deserted islands. Bad kids are taken to the islands as punishment. That's really fucked up. Whenever I get in trouble, Daddy always scares me. Is that her father, or is that a kink thing? I don't really know. I'm looking for this Pokemon. If you have Krabby, would you trade it for Voltorb? Maybe. I heard that. That's fine. Olivine is on the sea, and if it's on the sea, there are bound to be fish. I've fished here for 30 years. Would you like to face the sea and fish? We have ourselves a new angler. We got the good rod. We got the good shit. Fish aren't found in the sea alone. They go wherever there's water. Do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do. It's you, right? You Pokemon sure look like lightweights. They don't have the power to move boulders aside. Here, use this and teach them strength. Cool. On the sea, one thing you can count on is your own good self. I'm so proud of my buff bod. Okay. I'm gonna go pick up some Pokeballs, I think. We got 11. Okay. Not even a Neeble. Oh, a bite! Krabby? Is a Krabby! Seriously, this dude's asking for a Krabby for a trade. There's one right here in town. You weren't supposed to kill it! Damn it, Quilava. That wasn't super effective. It wasn't very effective at all. It should have done less damage. I don't want the little fish. Get out of my way now. Do, 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 do. Oh goodness, not even a nibble, I know. Bruh. There we go. Oh, a bite. Okay. I don't even know what all is in here. Let's take a look. Are you? I need you to get to the battle. Old rod, good rod. Okay. Let me see what Ember does. Bro! Stop killing everything! I know you want to get Flame Wheel, but come on! There's actually another Pokemon here we can get. Quilava, look. I need you to hit it. Don't kill it. We need this one. Buble. Come on. Yes, got it. Luca Kane Shiro, hopefully I said your name right. Welcome to the A Squad. Thank you for the follow. I don't know why the alert didn't go off, but welcome in. How are you? Alright, we got a Krabby. Okay, can we get Kingler? Or is that an option, or do we have to evolve Krabby? We can catch a Kingler. Okay, so we'll go ahead and mark this one off the list. There it is. It was very delayed. Okay, so we can mark this one off the list. This is 42, I think. Okay, so we need another one for a Voltorb. We also need that. Okay, so Ember should barely do any damage, right? Because it's ×4 resistant. Yeah. We did get the burn though, so we are on a time limit here. Let's do headbutt. Okay. We got the flinch, nice. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and try catching it. We are officially in the 1100 follower range, so that's cool. So thank you everybody for that. We need to do Great Ball. And Cool Nerd 2, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the A Squad. How are you doing? Oh, come on. I kind of wish we didn't get the burn, honestly. We're hurting here. Come on. Oh no. This is a 10% encounter too. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad it has recovered. That stalls for a little bit. There's also a Carvana in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. I guess we'll just keep trying Great Balls. I'm good. Who's on your team? Right now we have Jumpluff, Quilava, Togepi, Zubat, Machop, and Slowpoke. Okay, that's fine. I just need you to get in the ball. Come on. There we go. And then we gotta catch another Krabby to trade for a Voltorb, because that's the only way to get Voltorb in this game, apparently. Yes! Got it. Alright, so Corsola is number 43. It's the Coral Pokemon. So while that's going... Corsola, there you are. I was not expecting to get one here. And, oop, got it. Alright, we'll do an Ember. Don't kill it. Thank you. What is with you in the burns lately, Quilava? Come on. I mean, it's fine. Just don't kill what I'm trying to catch. Please. I need these Pokemon. Cool. Alright, so now we're getting a Voltorb. Nope. Voltorb is right there. Got it. Grr. Double win. I think it is a double win. We're making progress. We got some difficult catches today so far. Okay. Let's take out, I guess we'll pop you back. Well, no, we're gonna need serve. So deposit you. Withdraw this Krabby. That'll be fine. I probably should have checked to see how many Pokemon we got left in the box, but it's fine. Also, once we get Flame Wheel, I'll take a crack at the fourth gym. Yes. Okay, connect the game link cable. The good thing is we don't need to evolve Voltorb because we'll get an Electrode in the Rocket Hideout. Krabby was sent to Tim. Thanks, Tim! For Ace's Krabby, Tim sends Voltorb. Tim bids farewell to Voltorb. Bye-bye! Bye, Tim. Now that I think about it, I think there is a way to get Voltorb. Don't you get Voltorb in the Rocket Hideout on the floor that's trapped? You get like Coughing and Voltorb, and they blow up a lot. I could be wrong. I might be misremembering, but this is an easier way. Less of a chance for it to blow up. Alright, that's number 44 out of 250, so we're almost a quarter of the way there. Which is great. Oh wait, you have an item. At least this one comes with an item. You know, maybe in retrospect I should just left it on. Alright, Volty, there you go, buddy boy. It's the best sprite, hands down. I politely disagree. Look at him. Yeah, wait until we get to the fourth gym. Look at him. Look! Yeah, it's a great sprite. They did have some good sprite work in Gen 2. Alright. I forgot I had the fishing rod on. We need the bike. There we go. Alright, let's get... Well... When do you learn, let's see, Quilava. Learn set by level up. Gen 2. At 31. Let's just go chance it. I'd rather save the experience while I can. Never mind. I just got back to Olivine, so how about a Pokemon battle? We're gonna chancey it. We're gonna chancey it. Poliwhirl. It's Peepo. Peepo wide. Oh, you still hit me. You're mean! That's fine. Flinch. It's fine. That's fine. Okay, level 27. Dang, its moveset of what it learns is few and far between. It gets Ember at 12, Quick Attack at 21, Flame Wheel at 31. I guess just it's all over the place. Alright, who does more? Poliwhirl or Krabby? Poliwhirl did more. Get out of here. Why didn't you start with Krabby? Something like an odd choice. And Eradicates. Alright, we're 10 levels up. We should do some decent damage. Can we kill though? No. It won't kill me. No way. No way. Arg! There's a trainer down here, right? Yeah. Alright, we'll just cut through the grass. It's fine. Alright, we'll fight you. You at least give a couple hundred. I was hoping for that burn. But never mind. Can you not? Oh, do we? Well... I got an idea. Poison Cure Bitterberry? Confusion. That's Awakening. Iceberry. I don't have any, like, for sleep. Oh, I didn't fight you yet. You seem to be good at Pokemon. If you're here, how about giving me some advice? Oh yeah, my first advice is don't challenge people to a battle without their consent. Because I wasn't ready yet. Also, we got about 8 more minutes for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. Let's see. That's nice. That's spectacular. You're still gonna die. Stream Raiders is a little light today, but that's okay. And it's a Psyduck. Flinch? Yes! Flinch? Heck yeah, baby! Alright, so in 3 levels we'll get Flame Wheel, but I say we chance the Todd Camper is calling. What are you doing? This is it. The one we've all been waiting for. Goldenrod Store's bargain sale is on now. Want it cheap? Want it lots? Don't miss this chance. I sound like a huckster. Well, yeah, I was mimicking them. Anyway, you gotta get there as soon as you can. See you later. Waka waka. Okay. Let's go heal up. I like how Mano just like said one thing, didn't say hi or anything. He just says I'm a madman. Hadn't said anything since. He probably went to bed. Didn't say hi to anybody else either. He better be in bed. Alright, so we're... Mano is a character. I mean, you're not wrong. That's not inaccurate. Alright, you're gonna block my way. That's fine. It's a Woofster. We already got Growlithe, though. In fact, we already got 2 Growlithe. I made sure to get them. We gotta go to Goldenrod real quick. I don't have a cut. I guess I never fight you either. This dude has 2 Abra and a Kadabra. Let's switch over to a different Pokemon. Yes. Magnemite! Even though that looks like a Voltorb, but it's whatever. Let's do that. You missed the flash. We missed the Sonic Boom. What a waste of a turn. Honestly, that was a pretty cool flash animation. I like that. That's one of the best ones that I've seen. Kadabra. Yeah, my accuracy's down by 1/3. I forgot I could do that. That's fun. Alright, we're gonna have to swap out. Our accuracy's just too low. And a headbutt for the win. There's a Spearow in chat if you might want to try and catch it. I misread you. Alright, we got about 3 more minutes for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. First things first, we heal up. Next, we deposit a Pokemon. In fact, we're going to deposit 2 Pokemon. I gotta remember where you're at. I think it's this one. Okay, we got the Jigglypuff. Or the Ditto, sorry. I saw Jigglypuff. Oh, nobody got it. It is rigged. Oh, there is a cooldown on the trade thing. Yes. Yeah, it's like once every 4 hours or something. Or 3 hours. Did I not mention that? Hi Ace, do us a favor and take care of this Eevee. It came over when I was adjusting the time capsule. Someone had to take care of it, but I don't like being outside. I kind of need to play with it. I knew you'd come through. Way to go, you're the real deal. Okay, I'm counting on you. Take good care of it. Cannot believe I have to do this. Moopa hates me. That's all it is. I'm the daycare man. Do you know about eggs? I was raising Pokemon with my wife, you see. We were shocked to find an egg. How incredible is that? Well, wouldn't you like this egg? Then fine, it's yours to keep. I guess I have to take the egg first. Or wait, can I... Yes. Okay. So you're gonna take the ditto. I thought, what? Maybe I have to take the egg first. Alright, we'll do Stream Raiders in a second. Okay, we got an egg. Want me to raise a Pokemon? Yes. Or maybe each of them take one. Okay. Okay, here I am. Also, I never realized that that clip of me and JP playing Dead by Daylight, I didn't realize how far over I was in the camera. Haven't seen that clip in a while. So that's a thing. Alright, so we're gonna hatch this. There's a 14% chance of it being a shiny. I guess we could do a prediction if y'all wanted to. Is it gonna be a shiny or not? I'm gonna need you to get down, buddy. Got you. Alright, cool. You do that. Maybe like 2 minutes. A 2-minute prediction. Okay, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna lurk in a couple of streams real quick. Back had to lug some stuff from Costco. Well, that's fun. That's exciting. How was Costco? There's about to be a prediction. Bed frame, no fun. You got a bed frame from Costco? I didn't know they sold best bed frames. Weekends at Costco. I think it's weekend at Bernie's. I think that was the name of the movie. I never saw it, but I know what happens. They sell mattresses too. Ah. Is the prediction up? I don't know if it went or not. Also, I need to extend the, there it is. Alright, so there's a prediction up. Don't forget to vote whether the egg is going to be a shiny or not. It's a 14% chance to be a shiny. There we go. Can I extend it to 30? Is it going to let me? It did this time. Okay. I'm making it. Crap. That was fast. I may need to remake it. Just cancel it and redo it. I said 2 minutes. I may need a refund. Probably. So, man, some of these cards are not cut properly. Like, they're bigger than the rest of them. You were hurrying me. Don't blame me. No, no. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Which one was which in the prediction? We'll show you. We'll get there in a minute. Okay. Had to organize the bulk. Okay, prediction is up. Let's see what our options are. All that glitters is gold is the shiny, and shiny no whiny, I'm assuming is not the shiny. I'm assuming. I don't really know. So don't forget to vote in the prediction. Or as Tiny says, shinies don't matter. It's just fun. I hope it's an Elekid. None of this matters. I can apply for a lot of stuff if you think about it. Haven't used that in a while. A while. Maybe. Right now, prediction-wise, the odds are in your favor to hit yes. But, oh, there we go. Now it's pretty even. This one's taking a while, too. Hopefully it's one of the Pokemon that I definitely need. Did you know you can clone the egg? And you can have multiple shinies, if it is shiny? Michuchu started a war. Well, we'll see. Alright, so now we're just waiting for it to hatch. There's also a Sun Current in chat, if anybody wants to try and catch it. War! Ah! What is it good for? Absolutely nothing! Bruh. Rush Hour, my fave. Really? Because I was thinking Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. You ever seen Rush Hour? Yeah, we have Rush Hour every day in Texas. Get on the highway, Rush Hour. Jackie Chan, Chris Tucker. Oh, I'm sure they're in there somewhere, but been a while, but I have seen it. Yes. Oh, it's a movie. I see. I have not. I haven't seen any of the three. Totally in Texas. I mean, he might be. You never know. Sunscreen's a scam. Totally not in China. I don't know. He's a Hollywood actor. He could be anywhere. Gotta watch him. Well, Mitchie, we are doing a Discord movie watch party on September 9th. If you want to throw your choice in the Discord and the movie suggestions channel, we'll vote on a movie. We'll pick from 5. Oh, really? He's been stuck in China for some time now, I think. What do you mean stuck? Can I just see the O or huh? Pop up, please. Great. Eggs take a while if you couldn't tell. Make our movies only. But action hero. Is that why Jackie Chan wasn't in the Expendables series? Because I think he would have done great in there. Love the Expendables. Egg. That is an egg, yes. May I offer you an egg in these trying times? China got angry. He was only doing American movies. Wow. Seriously, look into it. It's a whole thing. It's not half a thing, it's a whole thing. Maybe like 3/4. Ah. An avocado. Thanks. I'm having half an avocado with my lunch. That's gonna be good. I'm looking forward to it. Wow, China butt hurt a little bit. Is this thing gonna hatch soon? It must be close to hatching. Come on. Let's go, buddy. Let's go shiny. I want a shiny. Shiny, I like it, even though it doesn't look any different. But just to have the sparkles to pop up would be magical. Watch it be Togepi, and I'm gonna be super sad. Spam those egg emotes, y'all. Let's get them going. Lady, go somewhere else. I don't know whose egg emote that is, but it's gotta be a global one, right? Emoji, food and drink. Just copy that and just paste it. Eggs. Excellent. How are you? Hatch, please. Please hatch. Ooh, I heard the noise. Here we go. Are y'all ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wouldn't that be awesome? Look, I need you to go anywhere else, lady. Two-ish? It's taking extra long. Who's your favorite Obi-Wan Kenobi? Mine's Ewan McGregor. Doo-doo. No. No sleep. God, it hurts to yawn. Stupid tonsil. Machuchu insta-slept. Instagram? Oh yeah, I also uploaded a video game of the day to Instagram. Actually, it's 2. So be sure to check those out. Is this thing gonna hatch soon? Oh, that would be cool if it was Larvitar. I think it's hatching. I'm not so sure. Maybe it's glitched. Haha, we gave you an egg that will never hatch. Let's go, Eggo. Dun 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 dun. I just looked. The longest eggs. Yeah, it could be. And what Pokemon is? There we go. This was a long one, y'all. Calling it right now. Shiny. Ooh. Not shiny, but I'll take it. Cool. We got Tyrogue. That means we can get 3 other Pokemon from this. Is the egg always random? The first one that they give you, yes. Bring me my money. Alright, choose outcome. Shiny, no whiny. I'm assuming that means no. Enjoy my money, Mitchie. Well, it is what it is. Alright, so we're gonna box this for now. I got 100k, that's okay. Well, Mitchie is 1,000 points richer, so. Ooh, we only got space for 3 more. Next time, wager that. Easy 200k. Maybe. That would be terrifying. You're not wrong. Okay, so we need to put a couple Pokemon back on the team. Ba 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 da. Who's got an item? Oh, Paris. Yeah, I don't care about that. And there's no telling what Tyrogue's gonna be. Like, the 3 branching evolutions is one of them the attack has to be higher, one of them the defense has to be higher, and then one of them the attack and defense have to be the same. It's kind of hard to pull off sometimes. I'm gonna get that 5 mil Sunkern lock, whatever that is. It's basically, I have to play through a Pokemon game with Sunkern, and if I lose, I have to start over. But the odds of that happening are so small because it's going to take about 10 years to get that. It's on there as a joke. What do I have registered? I'm going to be honest, I don't remember. Also, what's the blue card? Card to save points. I don't remember what this is from. Oh, I know. It's from Goldenrod. It has to be. Not if we get more gamblers in here. That's true. Get more gamblers in here, Mitchie. Get some friends in here. I forgot what the blue card was. I can go to the radio station and see if they're giving away anything. Okay, so let's chill right here. Alright, yeehaw! How y'all doing now? Whether you're up or way down low, don't you miss the lucky number show. This week's lucky number is 45772. Match it and go to the radio tower. Okay, I don't think that's what we're looking for. We're looking for Buena's password, I think. Why is it not here? Do I have to go upstairs and talk to him again? I guess I could talk to you. Yeah. Nope. Okay. Tune in to password every night from 6 to midnight. Oh, that's what it is. 6 to midnight. Meaning, unfortunately, we will never be able to... Because I don't play at nighttime. Ace sleeps at night. Alright, that's about all we're going to do here for now. We'll deal with the EV stuff later. Right now, what we're going to do is we're going to go fight the 4th gym. And we're going to try and win. No guarantees, though. It's an iceberg. There's an Alekid in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. We all trying. Okay. The sooner I get fly, the better this is gonna be. Speaking of fly. That's fine. Let's do this. Can you inflict any damage on our Pokemon? I'ma try. Alright, Ping, what you got? What a great looking sprite. Alright, 12 levels up. We'll see what we're doing here. Okay, that's good news. How many? We got 5. Okay, so we should level up from this. I'll be right back. I thought there was gonna be one more. There was not one more. And thank you for the epic unit. Okay, we don't need a hint. We know how the floor works. It's all good. We did get the burn though. It did spite us. Okay, 540, nice. Another Haunter, I'll take it. And thank you for the epic unit. Easy, GG. What? You mean I'm not supposed to use Curse when I only have 2 Pokemon? Another great sprite, love it. And I was really hoping for Curse. Not me choking on my food, no. Gross. Ace, you gotta chew your food, man. Alright, we got a Haunter, sure. Okay. Alright, we are level 30. Should be easy enough. I lost. You did. Alright, we're gonna go heal up and then we'll try the gym leader. We got 2 Pokemon that can, like, handle this, I think. And that's it. So we're gonna do our best. Alright, we'll save just in case. Good of you to have come. Here in Ekritique, Pokemon have been revered. It's said that a rainbow-colored Pokemon will come down to appear before a truly powerful trainer. I believe that tale, so I have secretly trained here my whole life. As a result, I can now see what others cannot. Just a bit more. With a little more, I can see a future in which I meet the Pokemon of rainbow colors. You're gonna help me reach that level. Alright. Pick their ghostly butts. I'm trying. Okay, now shape's not bad. Now here comes the problem, Pokemon. Now that is the best sprite in the game. Change my mind, Moopa. That is the best Gengar has ever looked, and they have not replicated it since. Okay, since I can't fight specifically... I was meaning the other sprites, though. They made him so spoopy. Yeah, this one is like... I think they went overboard on how this sprite looks. Okay, I think we got this. I was thinking I need to do smoke screen and everything. Nah. Easy. Alright, last Haunter. It's really a shame because, like, they could put Misdreavus in this gym at the very least. And they didn't. I really don't know. They could have put Hoot Hoot in the flying gym, and they didn't. There's a lot of stuff they did wrong. Yeah, this one was all Gen 1 Pokemon. The Zephyr Badge was all Gen 1 Pokemon. The Bug Gym was all Gen 1 Pokemon. At the very least, Whitney has a Gen 2 Pokemon. Okay, so we can use Surf now. And we got Shadow Ball. There's also an Executor in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. I have the Alolan one, but I don't have that one. Shadow Ball, it's a physical attack that lowers special defense. Super weird. What's up, Sabbath? We did that with only taking one hit. Easy. Alright, so now that we have Surf, we got access to a lot more stuff. Not to mention we have Flame Wheel now, which is like super great. Yeah, cool nerd. You just exclamation Poke Start and you'll be able to start catching stuff with us. And it works on a lot of channels too. So it carries over to a bunch of other channels. Anybody that has the extension. Fight me! Okay. Nice, you get a Chimchar. I think I started with Chimchar too. So that's pretty cool. Going barrier, sure. Oh, sorry, Tiny, you need to look away. So, the next time a Pokemon pops up, just be sure to try and catch it. Yeah, Miss Mom has chubby cheeks. Okay, he's dead, Tiny. I beat the Chad. I guess I could just heal. Maybe. Do I even have potions? Nope. Although... I'll give you that. Boost your happiness a little bit. Picnicker, what do you got? Ace? Is this a bad time? My Bulbasaur and I are getting more in sync with each other, but you know, I still haven't caught an Abra. It's getting past frustrating. Bye! Let's try it again. New Pokemon trailer, this is not a drill. Oh, I guess we need to watch it then, huh? I didn't know it was coming out. Can you drop the link? We'll react to it. Heck yeah. Me neither. What did I say? Yeah. Alright, here we go. New Pokemon. New additions bring more excitement to Pokemon battles. Alright, Cloister's in the game. Oh, we got a new Pokemon. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That kind of looks like the legendary. Looks like a baby legendary. Did the legendaries evolve? Is that what we're doing? Ooh, a mirror herb. That's fun. Okay, Rotom, Carkol. We're doing the thing. So they throw the crystals, it looks like. Terastallizing. It's not very effective. Its speed rose drastically. Ooh, Breloom. Okay. I like the music. New item, loaded dice. Makes multi-strike moves more likely to hit more times. Nice. That's pretty cool. T-Star and Gallade. Who is a ghost type? Gallade used close combat. It didn't affect. Terra Blast. Changes type when the user... Well, okay. So, here's the thing about this. If you pre-order the game, you get this. If you pre-order the double pack, do you get two? Because I pre-ordered the double pack, so do I get two of them? That's my question. Okay, so let's go back over here. This Pokemon right here, that looks like the legendary, right? Just like a baby version of it. It really does. Unless there's just gonna be a bunch of motorcycle Pokemon. So it used Shed Tail. So create a substitute, then swap places with the party Pokemon in waiting. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna move my camera for a second. Let's see. Oops. Yeah, watch his health, like down here in the bottom. It cuts its health. It cuts its health in half. So that's something to keep in mind. Like when you're using that, it will cut your health in half. It looks like. Oh wait. Okay. Nope, this is not what I want. I want that. There we go. I have two different cameras. Okay. But yeah, that is the new trailer, it looks like, so that's pretty cool. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and nix this. There we go. That's fun. So we got one new Pokemon out of that. And a couple new abilities and attacks. And items. So even better. Right, I forgot to heal. Well, we're gonna chance it anyway. And chance it I did. We're gonna do Loot Seed, because I don't have anything for Corsola. Ooh, thank you for the epic unit. And we got about 11 more minutes for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. I guess we'll just do Tackle until it just dies out. Never mind. I'm gonna try something. It's considered a mount Pokemon. Is that what the website says? Because they drop info on the website for some reason and not anywhere else. I hate your cow is a great username. Yep. You can have my Miltank, it's fine. I don't want it. So that means it's a new type of... Not type, obviously, because it was normal dragon. But... like... a new, like... I don't know. A new classification of Pokemon, I guess. Would be the way to go about it. Let me see what your Pokemon are capable of. Alright, sure. Hang on, the cats hear me doing this, so... Come on. There we go. There you go. It's a Slowpoke. Ooh, we got the paralysis. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it, and I want you to be paralyzed. Never mind. Okay, we at least got this one. Alright, knowing that it's gonna go for water gun, I gotta swap out. This is what happens when I don't carry items with me. Should I make mac and cheese? Let's see, it's what, 1 o'clock for you? I mean, have like some kind of meat to go with it, but yeah. Right, I can get on the bike. The bike would be good right now. Whoop. I knew I forgot something. I forgot to pick up items in what's the gypsy town? Goldenrod. I has no meat. Some sort of protein. But why? Protein keeps you full longer. Statistically, it's a good move. Alright, let's fight the rest of the trainers here, which I think is just you and like one other. I think. It'll be you doing protein things in your body. Yep. Pikachu. There's an Electrike in chat if you might want to try and catch it. I got this one, so I'm gonna skip it. All my protein is frozen. You can let it thaw in the sink. Put some hot water in the sink and put the stopper in and. Yeah, Pikachu's cute until you see reds at level 88. No thanks. And then you're like, kill that abomination. Easy peasy. I don't mind losing. Okay. We fought you already. There's still you. Fly high into the sky, my beloved bird Pokemon. Guess what we got? Thundershock. We got this. Easy. Easy GG. Okay. Hi, Boko, welcome in. How are you? Tiny, you got it. Congratulations. Apparently, Moopa's threatening me. I'm doing good. Been busy with school, but good in general. Nice. Very cool. Well, we are trucking right along with our Living Next challenge. Ooh, almost leveled up from that. Another Doduo. So we will level up from this. Hey Tiny, if you don't mind dropping the announcement every like half hour or so. If not, it's cool. Since you like making the announcement, I figured, why not? That way, if anybody else comes in that's, you know, that wasn't in here before. There we go. There was one more. Hi, aren't you a cute trainer? Yeah, I see your Pokemon. Well, thank you for asking. Moopa, what's with the angry face? Heap? Heap-Hop? Heap-Hop Anonymous? Odds are we'll probably do more Jackbox, but we could also do some other stuff. Depending on what the community wants to do. It's y'all's night. Y'all run it. I'm just streaming it for y'all. If y'all want to do Mario Kart, Smash Bros, I could go buy Mario Party. I don't have it, so I could go buy it. Hell, even Dead by Daylight, if enough people are interested. Cult of the Lamb. Is that a multiplayer game? I've seen that in people's, like, gaming titles, but I know next to nothing about it. In fact, I see somebody playing it right now. It has Twitch integration, but not multiplayer. Gotcha. It looks satanic. Somebody's playing it right now. It looks very satanic. No, I was thinking something that's easy for multiple people to play. That way everybody's like included, or as many people are included as possible kind of thing, you know? That's really what it's about. I guess what we'll do is we'll kind of celebrate the, hey Barry. We'll celebrate the anniversary then. I think that'll be a good idea. Why am I going back here again? I don't remember. What was I doing? Does anybody remember? I think I was just fighting trainers. I need to get Fly is what I need. So maybe we just go straight for the next gym. Yeah, we were just fighting trainers. So what we'll do, we'll go fight all the lighthouse trainers. We'll do Stream Raiders after this little skirmish. There we go. I had some water. Good. Ooh, we got a crit miss. And we're level 20 now. Cool. I'm just gonna get over to the town in the Pokemon Center. And then we'll do Stream Raiders. That's not the Pokemon Center. That's the Pokemon Center. Org. Cool. I'll upgrade my Saint. Okay. Cool. We doing good, y'all. We got Slowpoke on my team, right? Yes. Yes, sir, we do. Fight me. And think of the epic unit. Oh, I guess I should put the map back up. I'm on the main page. We don't like that. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna look for Tentacool and Tentacruel out in the water. Constrict, one of the worst moves in the game. Okay, so good news. If I find a level 20 Tentacool, I won't kill it. Uncle, I give. I'm not your uncle, bro. I like how that dude just disappears and then he comes back. And he disappears and he comes back. That's spoopy. I also like how we're a Lapras. Alright, there's Tentacle. I'm only 10 years old. Not your Uncle Broski. Level 24, wow. Of course. Rude! Okay, we got the Paralysis. So, I'm not gonna do Thunder Shock. I'm gonna do Sonic Boom. Okay. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Alright, we got Tentacool. What number are we on? That's 45. Tentacool. Oh, we already had a Tentacool. Whoopsie. Whoops. We're looking for Tentacruel. That's it. My bad. Oh, Sabbath. Hey. But I can use these to fight until I find one. Okay, so we need to go to the west. It's a 10% encounter rate just to surf around for one. Okay. Thunder Wave, I'll take it. Yes. I'll take that over Tackle. How you doing, buddy? You doing good? Yeah, you're doing good. So he ignored you when you got back? Yeah, for like 2 days. Right on. He just didn't want me to leave again. Hi. What you doing, buddy? Constrict? There's a Yamper in chat if you might want to try and catch it. Little electric pupper doggo. His way of protesting your absence. It is. Cool, we got that. Poggers. I'm pretty sure I have Yamper. I don't, okay. Well. I guess we'll try. Hey, buddy. Yeah, this is fine. We're getting some levels into Magnemite. I think he has to be like level 30 before he evolves anyway. Level 15. That's a little low. That's a little low there, buddy. Tiny, you got it. Congratulations. There we go. He's being so cuddly. He is. Alright, first off, we're gonna paralyze. And we're gonna go Thunder Shock. He hates this. Easy, GG. LOL, sass. He is pretty sassy. Let's go, Pokeball. To be a master, Pokemon master. Come on, he's fully paralyzed. Get him. Bruh. Get in the pool. Don't make me do a great ball. Yes. Okay, we got Tentacruel. Alright, so now that one is number something. Number 45. Okay. Tentacruel 45. Easy, GG. I was gonna go heal, but alright, sure. So the next big question is there anything else out here while I'm surfing? Route 41. There is a Mantine on Route 41 that we're gonna have to get a hold of at some point. And ironically, Tentacruel is a higher level on the next route. But you know what? It's fine. We'll make do. I got it. That's the important thing. Let's get to the next gym, y'all. I want my badge. Also, is there anything in these rocks? There's a 10% chance it's a shuckle, 90% chance it's a crabby. I just kill it. I mean, we got a level out of it, so not a total waste. Is Shuckle like a guarantee at some point? I don't think so. They're all 10%, so pretty much anytime I see a rock in certain spots, I just gotta go for it. Sabbath, you okay, buddy? Okay, Route 41. We are looking for Mantine. That's not Mantine. That is a tentacle that is going to die. Got the paralysis, love it. Easy, GG. There we go. Going for the tackle. Ah, Mantine. Kind of an underrated Pokemon, to be honest. It came in clutch during Pokemon Coliseum, I think. It had ice attacks, water attacks, flying attacks. It was like, it had some really good coverage. Ooh, I don't like that. Come on. Come on. Come on. Jerk. Now that I don't like. Thanks. No. So we're at 50. The Great Ball. And paralyzed. Oh god, I didn't realize how low the catch rate was. This is an almost 10% chance to catch. It has to have more than 20 HP, come on. Okay, good. Now it's 14%.
If you ain't first, you're last.
Hello there.
Slim, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, first and third never got claimed, but second did. Thought that was weird, but hey, it is a thing. But how's it going, Slim? Come on. It's a 14% chance to catch. First is the worst. No, if you're not first, you're last. That's what the thing said. I increased the volume too of it. Come on. 14%. And third is the... What is third, Moopa? Bro, get in the ball. The treasure chest. I thought it was hairy chest. Bro. Doing fine. Fiance is being a gym and making us lunch. Ooh, nice. Can I get one? A lunch? I mean, I'll take a sandwich or something. Or whatever's for lunch, I guess. I don't want to be picky. One lunch, please. Two, three. Stubborn little bastard, ain't it? One, two, three. There we go, got it. So this is number 46. And, no. Hello, this is Todd. What are you doing? You must be a lot better now, huh? How about showing me your technique in a real battle? I'll be waiting on Route 34. Okay. Where's man time? 46. I think. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to color code this. There we go. Cool. We got it. Kudos all around, everybody. We would not have gotten that without everybody's help. So thank you for that. No poison. Okay, got it. We're doing good out here. Okay, level 15, not bad. This won't kill it, but it'll get close. Ooh, we got the paralysis. That'll do 1 damage. We also have less than 10 minutes for stream raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. Can we please get into town? I need to heal. Oh yeah, Moopa, I'm gonna try. It's not guaranteed, but I'm gonna try and get Ocarina and Majora's Mask on N64 again. But if they're too much, I'm not gonna bother. Because I've seen them on eBay, and they're not ungodly outrageous, but... you know. Check. Okay, I do have Happini, but there's a Happini in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. Isn't there a gift shuckle in this game somewhere? Pokemon Crystal gift Pokemon. Yeah, there is. Yes, there is. Okay. Actually, it's here in this town, so we gotta deposit something. Two, three, four, 5, 6. Slowpoke, you're going in the box for a little bit, buddy. I don't know what house it is, though. Is it this one? Yes. I'm in shock! A guy about your age with piercing eyes and long hair came in. He scared me into giving him my prized Pokemon. I still have one left, but what if he comes back? You look strong. Could you look after my Pokemon for a while? Well, thank you. Take good care of it, please. And we got a Shuckle. With a berry. 74 and 76 on defense, special defense. It's crazy. I'm gonna take that berry from you, buddy. Alright, Shucky. Okay, so this is number 47. Shucky. Got it. Cool. Ooh, thank you for the epic unit. Tinny missed out on Happini Satch. This is true. Unfortunate. Technically, everybody missed out. Alright, this box is full, so we'll take something out and that'll be it. Wait, I got an idea. Can Mantine... We don't need that route anymore. We don't need this anymore. We need this. 41. Can you learn surf and fly? Can learn surf, cannot learn fly. Why? It's a flying type. Doesn't make sense. Okay. Okay, so we're all healed up. We can go north of here. We'll save. Bye, Suicune. Yo, Ace! Wasn't that Suicune just now? I only caught a quick glimpse, but I thought I saw Suicune running on the waves. Suicune is beautiful and grand, and it races through towns and roads at simply awesome speeds. It's wonderful. I want to see Suicune up close. I've decided. I'll bow to you as a trainer to earn Suicune's respect. Come on, battle me now. I did not consent to this battle. Come on, Magnemite, you got this. You don't got this. Oh, you do have Dream Eater already. Yikes. Sorry, I was making lunch. I heard my name. Yeah, I don't remember. Something about N60. Oh, yeah. So, I'm probably going to a retro store later on today, and I'm gonna be probably looking at, if they have it, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask for the N64. Because, you know, I don't have it anymore on those. But, if they're not too much, I might pick them up. But if they're outrageously overpriced, then I'm not gonna bother. He winked at me. Ooh, roulette's not good. You totally should. I'm gonna try, but there's just no guarantees. Did we get the burn? The burn will, like, crucify that attack. They might be 100 plus. Not on eBay, they're not. Yeah, I had a feeling that was a crit. On eBay, Majora's is like 35-40 and Ocarina is like 20-25. Alright, we got a Haunter. Maybe because of the release on Switch. Maybe. But they're terrible. And I mean, the N64 is not the optimal way to play them anyway. The 3DS actually is. It's just not the most comfortable thing to hold. That tells me you do not have Dream Eater. Okay. Actually, I have a whole list of games that I want to pick up. Let's go to, I guess it'd be under my drive. Will you stop licking me? Okay, so starting with the handheld games. Pokemon Puzzle Challenge. It's the sequel to the N64 one. Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. It's kind of different from the console ones. It's more like what's that game called? Fire Emblem. It's that style. And then there's a couple of Dragon Ball games. I want to get Dragon Ball Z Taiketsu. It's one of the worst Dragon Ball games out there. But just to have all the Dragon Ball games that I can. Then there's Dragon Ball GT Transformation. I actually enjoyed that one a little bit. And then you got a couple Yu Yu Hakusho games, Spirit Detective and Tournament Tactics. And then we got Dragon Ball Origins 1 and 2. And then for PS1, I want to get Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Battle 22 and Dragon Ball GT Final Bout. Not the greatest games ever, but again, collection. Alright, we beat you, Sin, easy. You're amazing. No wonder Pokemon gravitate towards you. I get it now. I'm gonna keep searching for Suicune. I'm sure we'll see each other again. See you around. Bye, guys. Okay. That one I'm less certain about. Right now, I'm just mostly going after Dragon Ball games and a couple others, but maybe. But here's the thing about that. Let me show you. So for most DS games, I played the second one, which the Shadow of Almia. I think that one's probably the best one. Slim, no.
Slim Rindy gifted a tier 1 sub to Showjack's Arcanum.
It's Showjack's, but Slim.
Slim Rindy gifted a tier 1 sub to Shubby _
Share your energy with me!
And Lucas got one as well. Slim, thank you so much for the
Slim
3
Rindy gifted
subs.
a tier 1 sub to Lucas Hart.
Wow, you definitely didn't have to do that. Oh, you were playing Chrono Trigger last. I tried that. Got to the end. The game crashed. I lost the save file. I'm very sad about that. Yes, we are gonna do. We're gonna do one Pokepack opening. But here's what I have right here. Here, we'll go over here for a sec. So it's this right here. And I know. Here, let me flip the camera around. I guess we'll consider this like a game of the day. It's the here. Let me cut the light. There we go. Come on, focus. There we go. Ace card 2i. There we go. So basically, you stick a bunch of games on here on your micro SD card, and you can play them. Depending on how big the SD card is, this one's 8 gigs. You can drop like upwards of 60 games on here. Yeah, they're a little hard to get a hold of though. You have to get them from China, basically. Can it break your? No. I mean, here's the thing about that. The updates for the 3DS kind of made it impossible for this to work. I think there is one for the 3DS. You'll have to do your research, but this one will play in the DS Lite easily. So that's what I got for most DS games that I don't feel like picking up. Okay, so first things first. Technology be getting small. Yeah. First things first. We need to get this up. Yeah, we'll just leave it as that. Because we are at 5. If you want to enter the giveaway for some stickers, type gift. It goes from small to big, back to small. PS5 be looking like a Wi-Fi router. This is true. We can't decide on the size, I swear. This is true. Gift, gib. Alright. What are we doing? Hatina. I'll try. Alright, so yes. That's first. So type gift in chat if you want to chance add a set of stickers. And I'll be doing that. We'll give those, I'll mail them out at the end of the month, which is kind of coming up a little bit sooner than later. Next, we need to do a pack opening. So let's go over here. I want this. Okay, how many more we got after this? We have 4 packs after this. So that's cool. Alright, so let's close this out. I need the program. Oh, I can do it like this. Cool. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, so let's do that. Alright, so we want to open it like this. It's not the cleanest opening, but we want it to be a secret. There we go. Got it. Okay, so I'm gonna bump that over here. Alright, grass energy. Ooh, we got something. I see it kinda. You kinda see the little thing. Anywho. We got egg incubator. We got soul rock. I don't think we have soul rock.
Got to get those cat emotes.
Oh my god. 10mm, thank you for the resub of 2 months. I guess we'll open up another pack as well. Okay, so we don't have that one. We don't have this one. Lure module. Magikarp we do have. Pidove we do have. Onyx we do not have. Eevee! Ooh, we don't have that one. Charmander we do have. We got a reverse Pidove and... Ooh! Okay, we got a Mewtwo. Sick. Cool, I like it. That's not the good Mewtwo, but that is a Mewtwo, and I will definitely take that. So we'll do another pack opening since we're at 6 now, and then we'll do the Wheel of Punishment afterwards. Can I see Eevee? Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. Honeycomb's big. Yeah. He's sitting on a couch. He's got a whiny voice as an attack. Choose a random card from your opponent's hand. Your opponent reveals that card and shuffles it back into their deck. Rip. It is a 3D version, yes. Okay. Sweet baby. These cards do not like opening very well. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Well, we got a V-Star Energy, so that's kind of cool. Okay, we got Ariados. All right, we don't have Ariados yet. Got Egg Incubator. Sorry, Solrock, Tranquil, Larvitar. We got that. Natu, we don't have Natu. Ambipom, we don't have Ambipom. Slowpoke, I don't think we have Slowpoke. Ooh, we got a reverse Venusaur. But we already have a Hollow Venusaur, so that was better. And we got Hollow Snorlax. Look at that. So that trumps our reverse Hollow. Tiny, if I give away reverse Snorlax, would you enter? Tiny.
I'm in danger.
Tiny, it's Snorlax. I want. Well, I'm not giving this one away. It would be the reverse hollow is the one that I would give away. All right, so we got quite a bit of stuff. Like this is crazy. You should have giveaways for the cards you don't want. I mean, I can tell you what, for the winner of the giveaway that we're doing, which I guess I should do. Do I have it on here? I do. For the winner of the gift, they can either choose a set of stickers or one of the Pokemon cards that I have that I'm willing to give up. So right now we have Venusaur, you know, a reverse hollow Venusaur. We got a reverse hollow Snorlax, and then we have a reverse hollow Articuno, or the big ones. Tiny's bed is covered in Snorlax cars, so she can nap on Snorlax's belly. Oh, cards, yes, of course. All right, so let's go ahead and cut this. Let's flip over to here. I need to cut that. Cool. So we got 4 packs left out of that. There's no telling what all's in there. All right, we need to do a wheel spin. Let's see, what can we can get rid of this. Yeah. I really gotta use the restroom. Actually, I'm sorry. We gotta do 2 wheel spins. We're at 6. Can't be comfortable. I mean, maybe. Wheel punishment. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Alright. We got 2 wheel spins. Let's see what we're doing. I think I'm gonna sleeve these up too. While we're vibing for a sec. Gross. Alright, what else are we doing? I probably should have... In the push-ups, yeah, we're doing a lot of stuff right now. I should probably have reshuffled, but it's fine. Okay, toxic waste, that'll help a little bit. Okay, before we do all that, because I gotta do 50 push-ups, and I gotta eat 2 things. Ugh, gotta do this, huh? I don't want to do this. Okay. Just dump all that out. So what do we have? We've got 4 yellow, 3 blue, 3 pink. So I guess we're doing a yellow. We got 1 red. Okay. I'm assuming yellow is lemon. I don't really know. I don't want this and this up. There we go. So we got our toxic waste. We got our avocado butter and a spoon. A spoon. I really thought that was a hair in my butter, and I was like, how? The cats don't get in it. I barely get in it. I am gonna need water though, so give me 1 second. Don't let me forget about the push-ups too. That's also important. Man, we opened up 3 packs today. That's crazy. Okay. That's a pretty decent amount, I think. I know the light's kind of. It's a lot, you know. Oh, it was 60 calories. I will say it's a little easier than the first time. Not by much, but it's a little easier. Not great. 2 out of 10. Okay, I got the package open. God, that did not want to open. Okay. And here's our toxic waste candy. It's lemon. This one doesn't seem as sour as the others. It's sour. Maybe it's delayed. That's kind of a buzzkill, isn't it? Also, there's a fancy in chat if anyone's trying to catch it. Maybe it's because I just ate butter. Maybe that's why. Maybe I should have done this first. Maybe like eating butter, put like a protective barrier. That's possible. And I inadvertently did that. Who knows? Okay. We did that. Okay. Alright, so let me go put the butter up because I don't want to leave it out. All right. So, let's go back over to push-ups. I remembered. All right, so I'm gonna turn that down. I'm gonna go do the push-ups real quick, and then we'll get back to the game. Okay, here we go. I also found out with the program that runs the camera on the phone, I could turn it landscape ways and have a wider view. But while I'm doing the Pokemon card openings, I got nothing to hold on to the phone, so at least as of right now, because I use this box to hold the phone. And I thought that was a really cool idea. So at least it's good to know that. Anyway, let's get back over here. Youngster Joey is calling. Got a minute? My Rattata is looking sharper than before. I doubt there's a Pokemon as cool as this guy in your party. Oh yeah, saw a wild Pidgey. Thought about going for it, but I decided to work with my one and only right to the extreme end. Alright, later. Alright, Joey is calling to remind everybody to follow me on my socials. Like that. And since Moopa's not here, I'll go ahead and handle the thing. That way we don't forget. Oh. My chest is on fire. I hope the butter didn't do that. Double joeyed. Double joeyed. Okay, so I have to have strength. That's going to you, buddy. I missed the punishments. Ah, that's all good. They're in the VOD. Let's do tackle. I can't go back and do them again. Sorry. I should probably heal before I do this. That's not. I needed to go right, not back up. No, 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 no. Again. Give me 3 more subs and I'll do another wheel spin. I will say the butter wasn't as bad, and I think because I did the butter spoon first, the toxic waste wasn't as sour. I think it coated my mouth. At least that's what I'm going with. I don't know if that's true or not. My Pokemon and I are bound together by friendship. Our bond will never be broken. Never! Okay, Hitmonlee. You choose the pun. If I did, it was by accident. I had no idea that would cause a chemical reaction like that. What level are you? Yeah. Also, we got about 4 more minutes for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop your units in. It does 1 HP back to the user. Thank you for the epic unit. Let's go for the flinch. Yes. Scary. He looks like Ryu from Street Fighter. This isn't real. We martial artists fear nothing. Hitmonchan. Hitmonchan just does not have the best sprite work. At least Hitmonlee looks a little better. Oh boy. Okay, good. I'll use this chance to heal up. I've been having an urge to play Kingdom Hearts again. We're already done with that. Well, that's not gonna do anything. For multiple reasons. I don't know if I'm gonna play them off stream or not. I was supposed to be playing Kingdom Hearts 3 with somebody. We were gonna do like a hell mode, but they wimped out. So that's okay. Alright, we beat that black belt. We got it. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Think of the epic unit. Ooh, I'm burning up. I think the push-ups kind of did that to me. Just a little bit. Speaking of stream raiders, we got less than a minute. Alright, we'll do this battle and then we'll do stream raiders. Words are useless. Let your fist do the talking. Due to the fact that I'm using a steel type Pokemon, I think what I'm going to do is swap out. We'll just switch train Magnemite. I think that's going to be the best thing that we can do right now. Oh yeah, that would have killed. And think of the epic unit. Seismic Toss. Ooh, it's an Earth. I never noticed. Boom. I'm gonna go a headbutt, hope for a flinch. Wasn't expecting a crit, but I'll take it. This may kill? Good. Good, 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 good! We gotta go get a Primeape and a Poliwrath, and that's just gonna be fun. Alright, I'm gonna heal up so I don't forget. There we go. Alright. Jesus, Slim learned to type. I guess. My Raging Fist will shatter your Pokemon. Well, that doesn't sound nice. Probably should have done an Ultra Ball, but oh well. He's a Mankey. Quilab, get in here and stop them, stomp out them, monkey. Karate chap. Got it. I want to say he starts out with Primeape, which means I am going to have to swap my Pokemon around before we start, because I am not opening up with Magnemite. Oh, nobody got it. Lame. Lame. Bologna! Bologna indeed. Oh, flip this damn table like Thor. Another! It's Primap. Level 25. I knew it. I wonder how many people have actually flipped the table out of anger. Jesus did. That makes it okay. And I'm back. Had a phone call. Very nice. Well, welcome back. Markstar, you don't need the exclamation for gift. Just gift by itself. Also, where is it? There it is. Yeah, like that. I got shattered. You did. You got shattered big time. And thank you, Tiny. Yes, we are doing a community evening stream on Friday at 7:30 p.m. Everyone uses it different. Yeah. Hey, y'all. Scott here. Alright, so we're gonna do this. I'm gonna get a prediction going. Start prediction. Can we beat first try? Yes? No. Oh, I can't see on here. I hate it on here. Gotta do it on here. Will Ace beat Shaq first try? Yes. No. 2 minutes. Start. Alright, predictions up. It's right there. Yes or no, simple question. Will I beat Chuck the first try? I'm gonna save. Try and get some channel points if you want. I'm hoping I do. I'll probably either be working or sleeping, but I'll def pop in if I can. No one that I wanted to watch was on last night when I got home at 2 a.m. Yeah, 2 a.m.'s a rough time. You may have to look into Australian streamers at that point. So far, nobody thinks no. Oh, baby, these odds. Quick, someone predict the opposite. I'm saying. There's a chance I might lose. Of which, if we get down to the point where it's Zubat and Togepi, I'm probably going to reset because I can't have them fighting. There's no way. I've got 3 Pokemon I can use right now, and one of them's kind of handicapped. Yay, someone did. I sure hope you don't. Yeah, I'm not going to waste their happiness points. I need their points up. Okay. Good luck, Moopa. Alright, we're gonna do... Actually, I think we're gonna switch to Jump Bluff. I think. So I can go on a Sleep Powder. Wah! So you come this far. Let me tell you, I'm tough. My Pokemon will crush stones and shatter bones. Watch this. Hoorah! There, scared now, are ya? What? It has nothing to do with Pokemon. Well, that's true. Come on, we shall do battle. And then this dude, he runs Gen 1 Pokemon as well. There are fighting types in Gen 2 that would have been just fine, like Hitmontop. And he only runs 2 Pokemon. Like, what are you doing, Chuck? I'm doing cardio later and I don't wanna do it anyway. Gotta be done though. Yes. Alright. Next one. Poliwrath's what I'm worried about. I need to put it to sleep. Okay. Of course. Of course you have full heals. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Okay, you only had 1 full heal. Good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. He's faster than me, which is not good. Can that do at least 25%? I think we got this. Oh, okay, that would have killed. Okay. Easy, GG! Choose outcome. Yes. Without taking a hit, too. Huh? I lost? Well, how about that? You're worthy of the Storm Badge. Now we have a fly. Love it. 1 whole Moopa point. It also lets Pokemon fly when you're not in battle. Here you can have this too. A completely worthless move. It doesn't always hit, but when it does, it causes confusion. I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Or blood and honey, honestly. Do, 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 do. I did want to thank everybody for being here today. Tiny, be sure not to spend it all in one place, you know? Okay, so we need... No, thank you. Let's see. The 1 rupee. Okay, not a flyer. You're a flyer. I can't wait to spend this all in one place. Let's get rid of Goost. You know the weirdest thing at having my tonsils like swollen and everything? Like I had to push my tongue down to look at them and everything. The weirdest thing And this is like apparently a misconception. I was able to touch my uvula. My uvula. I just call it uvula because it's funny. But yeah, I was able to touch it without throwing up. And I was like, that's kind of shocking, isn't it? Alright, so we need to go here. Like, you would think you would throw up from that, right? But I was apparently like, it got accidentally mashed down on my tongue with the butter knife that I was using, and I didn't throw up. It was weird. Okay. The uvula. Some of these dudes have Growlithe, and I don't really want to fight these dudes. These dudes, how cruel, too rude. We need the magnet. Magnet. There it is. Okay, I'm all dressed up minus the wig. I'm not gonna wear the wig right now because I'm gonna be honest, it's uncomfortable, but that's okay. Alright, what did I miss in chat while I was gone? I get tonsillitis bad sometimes and can do with that throwing up, but there's a lot of gagging and retching. Is it nearly 2 o'clock? It's 1:30. So yeah. Ha. Well, did anybody get Nidorina? Oh, nobody got it. Yikes. Sorry, guys. Lesage. I do have that one, though. Martstar has this smoked in the Pokedex, I know that. Yeah.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
So I'm thinking of the biddies. Look at all the Brooksish. Poliwag. The shirt doesn't exactly match the... Like, there's an obvious tone difference, but I have to wear a shirt underneath this because it's like way too down here. It's not even it's not true. Don't even ask. Why are you here? Are you just gonna gawk? I suggest that you leave. How dare you? Let me speak to your manager. Oh good, it's a bird keeper. I like that. That's gonna make my job a lot easier. We're probably not gonna catch any more Pokemon today. I don't really know for sure though, but I mean we gotta put a dent in the story at some point, so that could be now. I'm still really sad that I broke the zipper on one of the on one of these Goku boots. I gotta attach something to it. They were some like cheap material, I guess. Or are you super strong? That too. I like how Scizor, you know, like down here, he's just watching the game. Okay, this dude probably has Growlithe, if I had to guess. I travel the world to train my Pokemon. I wish to battle with you. I think this dude was in Gen 1. He was in the SSN, I bet. I don't think that's true, but wouldn't that be kind of cool, though? How are we doing on Stream Raiders? We're doing okay. I called your bluff. No Ember for you. You know what's weird? Growlithe cannot use Growl. Isn't that weird? It never learns it. Yeah. It's super weird. There's the Ember. Seems like an oversight. Yeah. A little bit. Do 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 do. We'll heal. Yeah, it's probably a good call. But Arcanine? I don't know. I don't know. Could not tell you. Not really. It's a Merle. Merle Haggard. Only people that know country would actually understand the reference. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Ah! My Pokemon! I want to go down, but alright. I'm gonna go get this trainer over here. Don't. Jasmine must be worried sick about the Pokemon here. She won't even smile these days. Aww. Sad. Is a Kubi. You like country? No. Not really. Not my thing. Star. Okay, I wanted to make sure I had the tickets. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Camper, Todd, what are we doing? How do you raise your Pokemon? I do all sorts of things like leveling them in daycare and toughen them up with items, and you know, we just failed to beat a Rattata by a tiny margin. I'm guessing my Pokemon's levels aren't high enough yet. See you later, bye! I like a couple of country pop songs, but that's about it. Understandable. It won't wake up, and you just need to get up. Time to hobble around. We got swagger. Yeah, Moopa's getting up there in age, so it's about right. Dangle you legs. Yes. dangle you legs for a second. Bird. It's a bird. Birdie bird. And thank you for the epic unit. We got about 2 more minutes for stream raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. I figure we'll try the next battle. We'll just do like 15 minutes and then we'll just run it. Lock on. Nah. We don't have time to set up a double move like that. Thank you for the epic unit. Burner. What's up, burner? Banana. He's a banana. B. Bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Water time for the spade. Are we watering spades? Is that what we're doing? Rare candy. Called it. Gotta hold on to as many of those as possible. Alright, well, here, I'll get up and get water while we're doing stream raiders. That way I don't waste any time. Because I don't have any water with me right now. Anthem. Do 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 do. Ace is unprepared. A little bit. Poliwhirl. Do 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 do. Wow, that was easy. Let me get this item. Ether! And last trainer. Oh, there was a shelter? I didn't even notice. A lot of stuff was happening. It's a matchup. Forgot to catch because Slim over here making people pee. I guess so. Alright, we got these. Oof. Out here doing stuff, yikes. Oh, we were so close. Okay, we should be able to kill that, I think. Weird. Oh, we're out of items. Okay, or we're out of bag space. Let's see. Let's get rid of that. I don't know. What can I get rid of that's pretty cheap? I guess the burn heal. I don't think we're using it. Do, 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 do. This Pokemon always kept the sea lit at night, but it suddenly got sick. It's gasping for air. I understand that there's a wonderful pharmacy in Cyanwood, but that's across the sea, and I can't leave Amphi unattended. May I ask you to get some medicine for me, please? I mean, I guess. Do do do, ba ba ba. Freaking Slim. Who all's in the giveaway so far? Let's check. We got 4 people in the giveaway right now. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bano, bano. Almost a double whammy if I had gotten Ace. Yeah, pretty much. Do 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 do. Alright, we got the secret potion. Dope. Mess with Slim on his next stream. Yeah, that sounds good. I just now noticed the lighthouse is covered in like moss or vines or something. Oh, I've set an alert set up, so your options are limited. Slim is prepared. I don't know why I did that. Meant to go up. There we go. We got it. Easy. Will that medicine cure Amphi? Please don't be offended. Amphi will not take anything from anyone but me. How are you feeling, Amphi? We got it. Oh, I'm so relieved. This is so wonderful. Thank you so very, very much. I will return to the gym. You wouldn't ban little old me, would you? Funny you say that. How dare? I dare. Bum bum ba bum 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 bum. Ooh, Ultra Ball. Oh, right, I don't have Slowpoke. Haha, right. I'm gonna need that. I mean, I guess I could, like, take this route instead. I think. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Nope. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what all's in here right now. Bum 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 bum. Wow. Oh wow. There's a trainer there I'm gonna save for later. Ooh, go back. We do need one of those. Okay, so we can do another one. And then we'll do Paralysis. No, I need you to get in the ball. Got it. Number 48. Also, Slim, I keep forgetting, but you gifted 3 subs, so you get to name 3 Pokemon if you want. You don't have to, but you can. Okay, so this is number 48. Go back. There we go. Okay, so we cannot catch any in that box. So we can't catch any more Pokemon until we hit a Pokemon Center up. Which is right here. So let's heal up. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Okay. So first things first, I need to change boxes. So I'm gonna deposit Pidgeotto here. And we're gonna go back to box 3, pull Slowpoke. Oops. No, I wanna withdraw. There we go. Got him. Yes. Okay. Alright, last chance for stream enders. I'm gonna go ahead and run it. Alright, so I want to thank everybody for being here. It's been an amazing stream. Had a lot of fun playing Pokemon Crystal Living Dex Challenge. We will be back tomorrow for Super Mario World, 8 a.m. Central. Thank you to everybody who gifted subs and biddies and all the follows that we got today as well. What else? Oh, also, thank you to Nugget for the raid. Can't forget that. Y'all have a great day, and I will see y'all later. Bye, guys.